All right, I am getting on right now. There it is. Let me just do a message here. Make sure I can see it. What's going on? This is GameWithSki, and I had a late night, so I got a late start today. Ugh. Just been so busy. Ah. I don't think that's going for anything. But I'll keep that, just in case. It had me pick it up. I don't think that's worth anything. I'm not even gonna check, because I know I found one before. I was on a little bit earlier, just checking. I had to do a couple trades. Alright, let's see here. I'm saving these lower maps because I have to, I went back to my thingy. Trying to think what it's called. Wow, 5 scarabs. But anyways, I went back and I don't even know what I'm saying. Man, it's early. Had a late night. We could do the Maven thingy, whatever this is. I'll just do that. How do I do that? Defeat tier 6 map bosses. So how do I do the Maven thing? I thought you clicked on this. Oh, the Maven has already witnessed this map encounter. Okay. Well, I'm just going to be doing these Coliseum maps because I need to find maps of lower quality or lower levels, because what I want to work on here soon, once I get more of the lower maps, is this Pantheon panel. I think that's what this is called, but yeah, it is Pantheon panel. All of these other bonus stats, I never knew really how to get those, and I just figured it out. You have to get those divine vessels, and that's what I'm going to be working on now, is getting those other various maps so I can use these divine vessels and capture the souls. It's funny because we didn't need divine vessels through the campaign, but now we need divine vessels? Come on. Like, come on. It's just more crap that you have to fill up your inventory with. Man, there's a lot of guys here. Alright, I like to go clockwise. It's my thing. Oh, something fell. Jeweler's orbs. Be nice to have some more AoE on here. I was thinking for armor, Carcass Jack has a big AoE booster. And I'm thinking that might be a good armor. There's another Coliseum. Oh, did it not? I'm missing something? Okay. Am I missing one? Nope. Am I going the right way? Oh. Oh, okay. Where'd these guys come from? Oh, I'm already here? This map is kind of short. I can't click on them. The dude's not taking any damage. Now he is. Some kind of glitch there. And we'll do another Coliseum. Just doing mappings. This way.
More to give.
All right, where am I? I wonder if it's quicker if I just buy the maps that I need to do the, instead of doing these lower ones. But I'm cheap like that. It'd probably get me ahead quicker if I did not. I never did check what level my... I'm supposed to be leveling some elemental hits. All right. And I like to put those like that. Switch them around, and another Colosseum map. Oh. There were 2 strong boxes, and that one never had enemies.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, Trial of Ascendancy. Good. Hopefully I get something here. Trial of Burning Rage. Probably already did this one already. I keep getting the same ones.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
What? Oh, locked door. Mm-hmm. I should turn off my blood rage here. Did I get that one yet? Oh, I'm missing that one. Oh, almost died. I'm still missing that one. Where do I get up there? Oh, right here. What? Well, there's one way over here. There's so many levers. Holy moly. Okay. Okay, where did that unlock? It's a timed crank. Okay. Now where do I go? Did I get them all? Yes.
Can I not have but a moment's
Hey, these guys aren't dropping anything. I already did that one. Yeah, had a feeling. All right. Yeah. Take the perimeter first. Oh, altar. That's the first one I saw.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, I'd like to go the other way. Another altar. Okay. Oh. Hopefully I can find the last one. Oh, it's right here. Ah. Weird, they're all in the same spot.
Far too much baggage.
Oh man, I'm full. Full of items. Alright, let's stay here. Here. Stack decks. Oh. Fractured. That's a nice jewel. I'm gonna individually price this one. That's got some pretty good stats. Oh. Nope. That might be something. Hmm. Oh, I forgot to put my blood rage back on. That's usually how it goes. And gosh, there's just so much stuff to put everywhere. It's those I need to put somewhere. Attack damage will no, that's trash. There. And I'm gonna move this stuff a little bit over. And this stuff has got to go to King's March. And that, I don't even know where I put these. In there with my essences.
What have you got? Not bad, not bad.
I think I need to add gold to my treasury. Oh! Went to the wrong place. Okay.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, essence there. There's frogs. All right, let's see what we've got. Interesting. Oh, wow. One to socketed. Oh my gosh, look at this. Claw. I'm gonna grab that because that looks like something interesting. 640. Well, let's grab the chaos first. Oh, snap. There's a lot of good stuff I want to get. But this claw, I'm not really well versed in the advanced crafting techniques, but this looks like something that we could use. Like, socketed gems, socketed melee gems, that would be +3 to our... That would be +3 to our elemental hit right there. And if we can get like the shield where it gives you more, I'm just gonna get that and save it. Just because. Can we defer items? Can we defer anything? I think I'm good on chromes. Can't. Let's just defer this scarab, because, you know, you could sell scarabs. There's another Coliseum right there. Oh, I almost forgot that other essence.
Can I not have but a moment's respite? I have nothing more to give.
Okay, I'm not hitting him. There it goes. Now I'm doing damage. I don't know what was going on there. Right? Another Coliseum. Just doing the Coliseum because I have like 50 of them. Oh, didn't I? Not that.
I have nothing more to give.
Why are they fighting each other? There's like no legion on that one. There's like none. None. What if I keep going? Let's see, what if I go this way? Oh, nothing.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Oh, they're critting. I can't get over there. What the heck? Oh, it's like a... Alright, who's lightning me? Can't grab that. Weird. There it is. And I'm gonna have to tinkle in a bit. Already? I just started, now I gotta pay already. So what does hitting the Bismuth do? I mean, it changes the colors, but what does that signify? Like, what's the point of it?
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, Igna Phoenix. I remember when Igna Phoenix used to like be really strong back in the day when they first did the Exiles. She was tough.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
This level is kind of weird. I don't really like the Colosseum level. Race course. All right, I am going to go tinkle, and I will be right back. Quartz.
Deal?
Oh yeah, that's what we're Oh gosh, getting chills. Oh my gosh, I got like a streak of white. Yeah, I get the sun going through my window and it's getting behind my green screen. I will be back fixing that stuff. And I have to tinkle, so I'll be back in 5. Right there. Right back. Alright, it was more like 7 minutes instead of 5. Funny thing happens. I don't know if it's just me, but I have to take a shit at the worst times. All the time. I have a meeting for work. Literally, I don't have to shit. And then like 2 minutes before the meeting starts, it's like, oh, I start sweating. And it's like, what the hell is wrong with me, man? There's something. There's something seriously wrong. It's like, I don't know. I'm gonna start saying it's like a disability that I have. Totally. Totally legit. Alright, I had to do all new tabs and stuff because it's like there's so much crap. These I'm saving for a big craft session one day. For practicing crafting. Let's go to, oh my god. Ridiculous. The amount of items in the game. What am I doing? I'm going to King's March to just start disenchanting that stuff. I have an idea of a really good crafting method. I don't know if it's legit yet, though. Don't know if it works. It does work with jewels, so I'm wondering if it's going to work with other stuff. I haven't tried it yet. I will eventually be doing that once I get done with some other stuff. Man, let's go to the next. Did I completed this one, right? Yep. Yeah. An ID. Well, that guy's that's some harsh words. Those are some harsh words. What is that thing? Another bogs, fields. Yeah, I have to collect all these maps because I forgot I have to get my additional Pantheon points. Another thing the game doesn't really tell you about or how to do. Oh.
Cannot help but a moment's respite.
Whoa, what the? Well, let's... Whoa! Oh, where'd all those gifts come from?
I have nothing more to give.
Right? Got the Coliseum. Let's do another one. Got so many of these. Ooh, Jewelers? No, that's not the one I like. Arcanists is the good one. I always get confused. Anyway, we'll get more of them later. Oh, where do I... I don't know, people were laughing at my DPS. I don't know, it feels pretty good. I think it's a lot more what that people fail to understand is it's a lot more. There's more than meets the eye.
I have nothing more to give.
Oh, got hit there.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Where is all this purple? Holy. Alright, I'm having trouble here. I'll come back for that. Where are all these guys coming from? Yeah, these my golems just don't last. Well, they're all coming right here. We'll get more. There should be another one. 2 more altars. Interact with the ritual altar. That feels pretty good. Oh. Feels good.
I have nothing more to give.
Very tanky builds, too. I mean, pretty tanky. What are these frogs doing? There should be one more, but I'm gonna look at it and see what we got to pick from. A fossil? I think I want a fossil. Essences? Why not? Why not? Weapon of crafting. What does that even mean? It's the top one, and it's red, so I better grab it. And we'll do blight. Oh my. We're gonna wait and get that Nightmare Bassinet. I think that's Bringer of Rain, right? We'll wait for the next one on that. That's a pretty fun helm. That was like the helm way back when. Now there's so many items. So much better stuff. Something's going on. This boss is like glitched. There it is. Weird. Oh, we got a ritual here. Oh, that would suck if it rezzed him. Oh! Oh my gosh, it died fast. Oh, I gotta run through the whole thing. Oh man. And I think I've had my blood rage off. Yeah, I did.
I have nothing more to
I'm gonna have to defer that Bringer of Rain, aren't I? Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I should have put a portal up. Oh, I didn't get it, right? Didn't get it. Dang it. Okay. Confirm that. Oh, we'll get some fusings. Wait, did I defer? I got too much stuff. That. And that. All right. And let's see what we got going on. Oh wow, a lot of belts on that one. Diamond flask. Let's see what we know. Oh, it does have immunity of poison. So there is a poison immune flask. Where's my blood ray? That back. Let's put it through all the currency. There. Essences. Fossil. Quality stuff. And we're gonna have to do like maps. Arabs? ID all this. Oh, Kiwi Ward? I don't think, does anybody even buy those? I don't think so. Oh, crit chance. I think I want that. Blind you inflict on hit while blinded. I don't know. Nobody wants Dex. Attack speed with claws. Crit multiplier. That's all the stuff for crafting later. I can't wait till I'm done with all these Colosseum maps. I hate it. Or maybe I should just roll them to the next tire. Here, maybe? Get this trade, hopefully, yep, there it is. Trade for the chaos. And I only have one item to take to whatever, so I'm not gonna just go, I'm not gonna go there. I'll just throw it in here. Next step. I think I'm gonna not do the Colosseum anymore. It's just like a maze. Look at all these Colosseum maps I got. I'm gonna roll them to the next tire up. Nice. Look at how many I got. We're gonna do white ones first. There we go. Oh, they're rolling it to random of the next tire. Wow, nice. So that's for one chaos storm cloud. I had a feeling somebody would buy that. Yep. Oh, he's offline already. Gotta make sure I'm not whispering the wrong person. I do that a lot. Alright, next level map. Next map I should do... Well, these are all like... Defiled Cathedral. So let's see here. Oh, I got a bunch of those. Let's see if I need to do that for the, Let's see if I have enough for my... What am I doing again? I'm looking for something here. I'm looking for divine vessels, and I need to do my Pantheon. So I need to find Crescent's Point. Sebert. So let's... Or this one here, at 8% reduced Light's Bane, capture Arabics. We'll try this one first. So we need Cemetery for Soul of Grothcool. So I have a Cemetery. There it is, Cemetery map. Right? So I'm gonna do the Pantheon and get this Divine Vessel. I put the Cemetery map in there, and then I put the Divine Vessel in. And activate. And I think it should let me capture the boss now. Alright, here's the arena. Okay, so that should be it. I'll finish the map. That's it. Now if I go into the map device, yes, there it is. Okay. I get it there. Now what do I do with it? Give to Sin or right click to unlock a secondary Pantheon power. Okay, there it is. Yeah. Nice. 8% reduced attack speed. What else do they got? Next is It That Fell. Where is he at? So let's go to my panel. And I'm going to record another YouTube video, actually, while I do this, because that's what I'm going to be doing, is working on that. Quicksilver Flask. Saving those for crafting later. So if I go to G, right? It That Fell. Lava Lake. No. I must not have encountered It That Fell. Pantheon, why? Man, I'm a button masher. Okay, I don't know where that. Capture core. KHOR. Let's see where core is. Let's go to bat B. And that is on the Cold River map. Okay. So let's look for Cold River. And I don't have one. Oh, I put coals. Don't have one. Yeah. It's usually how it goes. Yeah, I'm just going to keep mapping with regular maps until I find some defiled cathedral. Guess I'll just keep doing those and hopefully get a Cold River sometime here. Alright, Cold River, or Defiled Cathedral. That's good. And is the Defiled Cathedral have anything? No, there's nothing to catch on there. But I could get Gramble Valley and Racecourse from here. I'll put that claw away. I haven't done this map yet. Oh, I have, I think. Oh, I got temp chains.
Exile, you are a wonderful man. Stupid beast.
Pink eye. Where's the... That it? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That guy's doing some big damage. I don't know what kind of stats this map has either. I don't un-ID'd. You get a bonus. I don't know how much it is for un-ID'd.
I have nothing more to give.
All right, what's this one? Oh, I like that map. That's easy. Hey, I like the ones where there's no immunity. Oh.
That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
Okay, now I kind of understand the layout of that one.
Exile. Here for a deal?
Obliteration. I already have one of them.
Don't eat the mushrooms.
Don't eat the mushroom. I need more of these remnant of corruptions. I gotta corrupt certain things. Wake up, man! Don't mind me, I'm just stretching. Ah! Attack speed. That's just a bunch of hobgoblin. Hodgepodge. Okay, so let's go with that. That. Go with the next one. Ooh, there's a divine vessel. I'm gonna say I haven't found one of them yet. Had to buy mine.
I have nothing more to give.
Weird. Sit there. Hey, what's going on, Large? Good morning. Alright, I'm looking for the Warden. And... oh, it's going pretty good. I had a... It's doing alright. Just... working on getting some maps so I can get these divine vessels. What I've been doing lately. I never done that before. I did a couple Coliseum maps, and I don't know, I think the build's going pretty good. I know it, you know, is lacking in damage. A little bit. But it feels good, you know, these mid-level maps. And I'm gonna just rush through and get this, finish this one.
This way, Exile.
Yeah, they didn't... So, back in the day when I bought all my premium stash tabs, like 15 years ago, or however many years ago, I don't know, I don't remember, but they didn't have map stash tabs. They do now, but they wanted like 10 bucks for a tab, so I was like... Path of Exile 2 is coming out soon, so I'm probably going to wait to get anything else until Path of Exile 2 comes out. So I'm just going to do 3 tabs of maps. But yeah, you're right, that would really help. Oh, they auto-sort? Okay, you're gonna have to show me about that, cause that would... What do you mean auto-sort? Yeah, it's like, for the map stash tab, it's $10 just during the sale. It's $10 during the sale. For one map stash tab. Yeah, that would be a huge time saver for sure. There's the race course. Okay, I missed the boss somewhere. What the? I'm guessing it's here. Oh my gosh. All the way on the other side of the map. It's a one a done type of deal. Yeah. Yeah, I might. I'm gonna wait till Path of Exile 2 comes out and check that out. Check out, see what, you know, stash tabs they have, if it's gonna be the same mapping type system. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I saw that the bottom middle. Yeah, I'm just not gonna walk all the way back there. So what do you mean it like auto sorts? Like I know I got the currency one. I bought this one like years ago, but Kiwi Ward. Oh, core reward. I call it the Kiwi. I call it the Kiwi ward. I like Kiwis better than Cory. I think I'm gonna go like... So it like... I wish I could just drop stuff in and it automatically goes into whatever tab, like if you have a specific tab. Oh, right click on the tab. So you're talking about like a normal tab, like let's say this one. 13. Oh. Holy crap. So I can click map here, right? Oh. This one I could do map. Oh. Like this currency tab is currency. All your maps will go in there. Okay, let's... So, like, what if I go like this? I don't know. How do I put them in there? Oh, it's... I don't know what this is. Why is that? Oh, that's highlighted because I'm on it. Wait, why is this one highlighted? So how do I... Like, I put the affinity... Like, if I... My currency is still going in this tab. I don't understand. Currency, check. Okay. Oh, snap. I'm clicking all over like a fool. Moonstone ring. Wow, that'll be a huge save if that works. All right, so if I open my stash and I go like that, oh wow. Holy crap. Oh, so it doesn't. That would be huge. Now, if I have multiple of the map, oh, you can only have one tab with maps, but that's fine. It'll still, yeah. It'll still save, but yeah. Well, that helps a ton. Oh my gosh, I never knew you could do that. So, like, my tab 3 would be like this stuff. What would this be? This would be Essence. And it would also be... What is this? What are fossils? Delve? And what are, like... Oh, Life Force are something else. Actual... Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna go in order of tab. But that's fine, because I can sort them. Oh my gosh, it's such a time saver, dude. Like, why don't they tell us about this stuff? Like, in the game, like, oh my gosh. Oils. So what are oils? There's so much. It's so much. Wow. This is huge. This is... Might make it a little more enjoyable to play the game now. Oh, those are blight? Okay. I'm just gonna put those with the essences. Blight. Just check that. Okay. Or this would be my my gems right here. I'll put gems here. Gem. That's like my selling stuff. So my premium tabs I'm using for like selling stuff. And then this would be... Oh, I got a div card stash, which is this. Div card. And I stopped picking up these heist things because I don't do heist. Oh, yes, yes. I could... Yeah, that would be better and it'd be more instantaneous without the lag. So let me get my Discord up. I do have a Discord. So let me do that. My Discord name is Yeah Pete. I have to update it. I haven't used it in... Alright. Yeah, Pete. So how do I find you? I don't use Discord much. How do I find you? Okay, friends tab. There's a green add friend button. Okay. Wait, no, add server. There's a friends tab. I'm such a retard. I'm sorry. Add friend. Okay. Large DJ. Okay, I did it. Let me go to desktop. Now you can see my Discord. I clicked add for you. There you are. Okay. Okay, I clicked your name. I click wave. Yeah, there it is. All right, now how do I do voice? Or do you do voice or chat on the chat? Test, yeah. My mic should work. Go to the path of exile and down. Testing, testing.
Hello, good morning.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, it's nothing. How are you?
Oh, good. Just trying not to be such a
Just
noob
figuring
at the
some
game.
stuff out. No, honestly, like I think it's really commendable, and I like just the way that you explained the Tribal Fury Val One Strike skills explanation, and with your picture and everything. I showed my fiance and I was like, this guy, he's describing it exactly how it actually works. Like he's understanding it. That is so good. And so I'm like, I just love that you're like, trying to understand the mechanics and like really getting into it, and that's like the essence of PoE for me. So I'm like, I want to support you. I want to make sure that you understand the things and can like take your build to the end game. Because I mean, there's certain things with it that are pretty easy for us to like really optimize, and there's certain things that are like build design choices that you might have to focus on if you want to take it to the end game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to keep your stream open so I can see what's on the screen.
Okay. Let me go back
Those
to
stash
game.
tab affinities, they're so huge. And so like using your regular tabs just with the affinity, that'll get you by until you are sick of that and then want the premium experience.
Yeah. Yes, definitely.
The map tab like breaks it down by each individual type of map and auto sorts them, so you have them like sorted by tier as well as by unique maps as well as by
wow.
Yeah. So it's really, really nice. The two ones that I would say that are the most helpful are the fragments tab and the maps tab, as well as the currency tab, I guess, but
Yeah. Definitely. Awesome. Right.
Okay.
I need to slightly lower your volume on the
on
the
Discord.
Discord.
That's fair.
Just a little bit. I'm trying to figure it out here. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. Here, can you say something now?
Hello.
Oh, again?
Hello?
Okay, that's perfect.
Okay. Sweet. Okay. What would be a good place to start? Okay, I guess the first thing to start with, because this is one of the first things that I noticed, was your flasks.
Okay,
So I noticed
yes.
you're using a tincture, which is great for melee. You have 2 hybrid flasks.
Yes.
So those hybrid flasks, you might be able to get a lot of more power out of using something else and automating it.
Oh.
So how kind of flasks are unfortunate because I used to play Diablo and Diablo 2. I played a lot and everything. And in those games, like, your flasks were a button you pressed to heal.
Yes.
And you spammed them when you were just face tanking Diablo and just spamming 1, 2, 3, and 4 to just, you know. But in Path of Exile, the flasks work kind of a lot differently, and how the community sees them, I guess mostly these days, is like reactive things or permanent buffs, essentially, through certain ways to get them. So, like, really expensive item, it's called a Mage Blood. The reason why it's so good is because it automates 4 of your flasks and makes it so that they don't use flask charges. You just always have the buff. And it also increases the effect of them, and it's ridiculously strong. That's the reason why it's 300 divines.
Wow.
However, you can do some stuff like by using a timeless jewel called a Brutal Restraint. You can have a setup, which is what I'm using on my current character, where it gives you your flask charges back if you have empty flask slots. So I have a maximum of 3 flasks, but they're always up.
Oh.
Yeah, so you could do stuff like that, or you can do it, set it up so you get them back on a critical strike.
Would they give you any, would they give you any, like, life and mana regen too, or they just give you the secondary effect of the flasks?
So you can roll a suffix for life leech or energy shield leech. If it gets life attack damage, leech is life, or spell damage, leech is energy shield. You can get that as a suffix on a utility flask. So a utility flask is jade, granite, basalt, anything other than a life or mana flask.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess it would be better to get your sustain for healing elsewhere, other than from flasks. I
Yeah.
guess.
I usually, I really don't, but there are some enemies that I just have to use the flask for still.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not
Yeah, and so-
very common, though.
We'll just focus on getting those defenses up so you don't have to.
Yeah.
And then you can just face tank everything. Because, like, at the basically, you want your defenses to make it so that if you're continually attacking on an attack character, you won't die.
Yes.
To anything, to any number of monsters. You want to be able to, so that if you keep attacking, you can live. And then you want your defenses to cover one-shots. Because one-shots are, like, very, very heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you have a lot of life, which is good so far. I think there's a few things that are really important to get on gear to look for, such as like higher evasion rating. Like I think we can probably get 3,000 or 4,000 evasion rating from your chest piece, not just 1,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then like boots, for example, your boots currently don't really give any defensive stats. Other
No.
than for the energy shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just like crafting and optimizing that gear, I can help you with that. We can spend virtually no currency and get upgrades for all slots at this point in the league, which is pretty sweet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let me see what I got here. I don't know how much help you want in terms of like items or anything, but like I if I have like a random item in my trade tab that would work for you, do you want it?
I guess I could try it, but I do kind of want to more keep it kind of like, I don't know, I kind of feel like it would be kind of
Find your gear
cheating.
yourself and stuff.
Yeah. Or
okay.
learn how to craft stuff better, which I have an idea, but I haven't really done it yet.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you one item, which is a crafting base that I picked up off the ground. It wasn't, like, I didn't buy this. It's not nice or anything. It needs a lot of work, but it is a really good base for you to use. I had it listed for 10 chaos, just in trade, but I'd give it to you for free, because it is 10 chaos. If you want it. This would be a really good place to start with your chess piece.
Oh, the chess piece? I have a question for you. I was kind of thinking about using the Carcass Jack for more AoE. Or is that just too weak for... Because I like the idea of a larger AoE for trash mobs, I guess. But maybe I can, like, swap it. I don't know if that people do, or if that takes too much time to swap.
So I think you have enough clear in your build. I think with the Ancestral Call, with the Val +1 strike skills, and with the splash damage, I think you have enough clear, and I think you get more mileage out of just increasing your damage.
A better chest piece.
Yeah, because if you kill everything in one hit, you know, and you're nuking the whole group of enemies within your area of effect anyways, more damage is just going to be able to kill them faster rather than more coverage, because you'll find that more coverage will help you clear better.
Yeah.
But you'll suffer for single target, whereas if you just get more damage, you'll clear better and you'll do better on the single target.
Okay.
Yeah, so Carcass Jack, I'd say, I don't think that would be necessarily the best one, although it does have some decent stats. I think a crafted rare piece of armor is going to be way better.
Yeah.
So, there's another advantage to the crafted rares, though, and that is implicits. So one thing that I had listed on my little sheet here was implicits, and each one of those rare pieces of gear that you have, your helmet, your chest piece, your boots, and your gloves, can have 2 additional modifiers from the Searing Exarch and the Eater of Worlds. These are really strong and can be potentially, like, incredibly powerful. For example, on your chest piece, we could use a Searing Exarch implicit to gain a power charge every 15 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Grab a Mastery on the Tree for 100% increased charge duration, and you have permanent maximum power charges from those 2 interactions.
Yeah, that would be...
That would jump your crit quite a bit.
Yes. Because I was thinking, I don't even know about those implicits, but like what I was thinking about doing later was adding the +1 minimum power charges on each of my rings and an amulet.
Yeah, and you know, like, you can just get an implicit and a Mastery on the Tree, and then you don't even have to do that.
Yeah.
You save those suffixes for damage, or for, you know, resistances, or for attributes. The other thing is your gloves. So the Admiral's Arrogance are really, really good if you're using a skill called Berserk. Have you checked out Berserk yet?
I have not. No.
Okay, so Berserk gives you, I think, 60% increased effective rage. So it just increases the multiplier that you're getting from rage, but it makes you lose rage per second, and it accelerates that rage loss every second. So what Admiral's Arrogance are really good to do is they're good to refill your rage when you're losing it super fast. You instantly get it to full. If you're not using Berserk, Admiral's Arrogance isn't super, super helpful besides the +3 level of attack melee skill gems and the attack speed. What you could do with the crafted rare gloves is you could get a Searing Exarch implicit for Val +1 strike. You can get +1 strike additional targets as an implicit on gloves from the Searing Exarch.
Oh, so would that mean I have +2 Veils?
Exactly. And you could potentially drop it on the tree if you find you have enough clear and gain some extra passive points to put elsewhere.
Oh, okay. I wonder if that would...
Yeah.
Oh, but +3 level of melee, though, that scales...
No, that's huge. That's huge for you. It totally is. And it's really, really useful, which is why it kind of is unfortunate, because those gloves are quite good. What I would suggest maybe would be the best instead, then, is to find a different pair of those gloves on trade that has, like, a good corruption. So you can get attack skills have plus flat crit corruption on an Admiral's Arrogance. Might be expensive, but it might be something to shoot for later on.
Okay, attack skills have Okay, attack skills. What about using Berserk? Like, finding a skill for me to add Berserk? Does that work?
Berserk is actually a spell itself, so you just need one slot for it.
So I can, like,
So,
get rid of
it's
something.
just like It's like Val Haste. You just pop it once and then you get it.
Oh.
Until it runs out. And it runs out when your rage runs out. So for you, you'd be able to sustain Berserk for super long, and I think it's a massive damage boost. If you toss that into your build since you're running rage, Berserk alone would probably get you over that 1 million
Yeah,
DPS mark
I
for
could
lightning,
probably
to be
get rid of,
honest.
like, Hydrosphere or...
Honestly,
or
the whole
Galvanic.
cast spell damage. Yeah, that was another thing that I wanted to talk about. The cast spell damage taken setup, and in principle, it's a great idea. But with the gear that you're building with your character, you're more evasion based, so you're not getting hit as often.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cast spell damage taken setup is okay. However, it'd be better to put something like. Do you have Val Haste in the build?
Yes, that's my
Okay.
haste is. So I don't know if
I
it
would-
that was taking into account my Veil haste on that Path of Builder, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to enable it, but it might be auto-enabled. Regardless,
Okay, it
Val
could
Haste
be.
is really good. In my links right now, I have Val Haste set up, linked with Berserk, as well as with efficacy support for a little bit more skill duration, and then more duration support to make it last longer, just for Val Haste itself.
Oh, would I have a separate haste gem then? Because yeah, if I use haste, would that make my increase my amount of mana reserved?
Yes, and you want to do that. That was so auras are extremely strong, and the auras themselves, like you can have defensive auras that give you so much useful effects. Like Grace, for example. Grace is an aura that gives you 29% more evasion rating, so it's a more multiplier, as well as 1500 flat evasion rating. So just one aura gives you way more evasion rating than twice as much of your chest. Right? And
Yes.
that more multiplier multiplies all of your gear across your chest. So you can see how like the more multipliers stack really quickly, as well as when you start adding quality in, because quality is a more multiplier. So if you have that grace in addition to 20% quality on a piece of armor, in reality you're getting 1.2 times 1.3 more evasion rating from it just because you have grace. So you wanna basically reserve as much mana as you possibly can while still being able to use your skills.
Yeah. So what I'm having a problem with now is when I'm using my tincture,
You're running out of mana.
I'm running out of mana. Not while I'm using
Yes.
it, but like in between the mobs, it just my mana goes to 0, and then I notice like I can't even attack at full speed sometimes with the tincture active. Like it's not getting that cool.
Yeah, the mana burn is pretty rough. There's some tincture nodes on the tree that are like made to alleviate the mana burn a little bit. I think they're actually over by where you are on the right-hand side. There's, like, above those spell suppression nodes on the right-hand side of the tree, there's a tincture one that has tinctures applied at 5% reduced mana burn rate, recover 1% of mana on kill when you have a tincture active, recover 15% of mana when you activate a tincture. Like, there's some nodes there that might help with that a little bit. But if it's the case that, like, you know, your build setup and everything else, it would cost too much in terms of damage elsewhere to, like,
Yeah.
fit in the tincture, then it might be best just to drop the tincture entirely and then get damage elsewhere.
I think what I was
Because then you
thinking
don't
of.
have to worry about those mana issues.
So I have this jewel where I have gain 2 energy shield per enemy hit with attacks. I'm thinking maybe if I do gain 2 mana per enemy hit with attacks, I think that I might be able to get by with just that.
Yeah, so I think the 2 energy shield per enemy hit with attacks doesn't help you very much since you don't have
Yeah.
any energy shield. So there's, where was that here? There's a really good life and mana leech node on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I
that
have that
think
one.
You have.
Clever Thief, yes. Yeah, with
Yes,
Leech
that one is really,
Mastery.
really good. There's So that one's a super good mastery, and Mana Leech is definitely the way to go for it. Mana Leech gives you mana back quite quickly, but tinctures are like they're so hard on the mana. I'm a melee build right now on this character that I'm running, my most recent one, but I'm not using a tincture just because I can't sustain it.
Oh, okay. So you're just those not to. Yeah, I wasn't using one for a little bit, and then I started using it again, and I do notice a difference. But yeah, if I get like, I'm thinking if it's like a map where like if there's skeletons, are we able to leech mana from skeletons?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll be able to leech mana from any monster that doesn't have the modifier of cannot be leeched.
Okay.
So it'll always work. However, if you're on a map that has the modifier monsters cannot be leeched from, obviously your leech effects don't work.
Well, that might be where I'm having the issue, because a lot of my maps I don't even ID, I just do them. So
Yeah.
that could be something.
So one way to get mana on hit is from a base of a item. So there's a claw called a Gemini Claw
Okay. Yes.
that its implicit is gain mana and energy shield on hit.
Okay.
So I think we could actually make this work by getting the Claw Mastery as well. So right to the right of where you're looking right here with the mana nodes, there's a big wheel on the right-hand side of the tree for Claw
Yeah, the
Mastery.
claw mastery. Yep.
Yes. Those are ridiculously strong nodes. And if you go up on the left-hand side of it for the attack speed nodes, the Keystone is worth a lot. If you get the Keystone, you can get the Mastery. The Mastery has 2 Masteries that are absolutely insane. One of them is the attack speed bonus from dual wielding is doubled.
Yes.
That one gives you 40% more attack speed instead of 20 from dual wielding. And then the other one is 10% of leech is instant per equipped claw. And that is bonkers. So if you fit in that instant leech node there with the claw mastery, your mana issues probably would go away. As well as if you traded out to a like a different claw base. So the tough part about it is that the weapons are cool. I like the Ungle's Gouge and the replicas.
Yes.
Replica Ungles. I like them. I think they're cool. The tough part is that you could solve so many holes in your build by using a different base on like
Yeah.
a good weapon. Like, for example, you could drop every accuracy node on your tree and just get 1 claw with hits can't be evaded as a mod.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that would only
Yeah.
save 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 nodes, though.
5 nodes lets
That
you
is
get that
quite
claw
a bit.
mastery.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
You know?
1, 2.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. It does there.
Yeah. So, and that was so one of the things that I wanted to mention was just like a lot of things. So, I think this is a pretty common thing that happens to people. I think this has happened to me in the past few leagues that I've played as well. Is just trying to add too many things into the build. Like, you see a cool mechanic and you're like, oh, sick, I want to add that. And then you do, and you can't support it properly because you don't have enough investment in it. And
Yeah.
the way that I thought about explaining this was like, if you have something that gives you, 20% more something and 20% more something, let's say you have 2 attacks and each one of them does 10 damage, and you have a modifier, you have 2 sources that can give you 50% more damage, and you put one of them on one of them and then one of them on the other one. You get more benefit if you put both of them onto one of them than if you, and just drop the other one entirely, than if you were to just kind of evenly put it, just with the way that Path of Exile scaling works with percent increased and more modifiers.
Yeah.
Just the way that the math works out. It's not exponential, but it almost seems exponential because it does ramp up the farther you go. And this is especially apparent with like attribute scaling characters. So I have a strength scaling character and a dexterity intelligence hybrid scaling character this league. And I'm noticing now that like small upgrades are giving me crazy increases just because everything else is set up and it's all supported there. So that leads into the scaling of your skill itself. So elemental hit is a attack, which means it obviously gets modified by attack modifiers. It does not benefit very greatly from added damage. So any added flat damage that you get from places doesn't really help with elemental hit unless it chooses that hit. So there's a couple ways to
Exactly,
deal with
yeah.
this. One of them is to use a threshold jewel, it's called, which you can actually block one of the damage types from happening. So you could make it so it would alternate between fire and cold always, for example.
Or cold and lightning.
Or cold and lightning, exactly. Yep. So you could use a threshold jewel for that. You might need to make sure you have enough strength in the radius or whatever to actually make it work, but you could totally do that. However, the best way to scale elemental hit is actually to not scale any added damage whatsoever, because it has a load of added damage from the skill. It's to scale crit, to scale generic percent elemental damage, both increased and more, and then to scale attack speed. And so like those way, oh, and then penetration as well. So
Yes.
elemental penetration is really important. Let me open up your POB here. Because what we would want to shoot for crit and how you, like, kind of the end game, what it would look like would be obviously 100% crit, or close to it. Close to maybe 400% crit multi would also be really, really good. That right there multiplies all of your damage by 4.
Yes.
That's the wrong path of
Can
building.
put on the path. I've got the path of builder I can put up on my screen as well. And I can check to see if yeah, see, I don't have power charges either. If I do power charges, yeah, get another 100k only if I have power charges.
But look at how the crit went up, and that will scale with everything else. So if you can get free power charges somewhere, then yeah, you wanna grab them.
Wait, where did you
Charges
say
are
was the
super
crit
strong.
thing? Missed that.
The crit thing, sorry? Oh, the crit percentage. So it's on the left-hand side, like if you add in power charges, your lightning
okay.
attack goes from 41.8 to 55.35.
Okay, yes, I see that now. Yeah, I think I could get those pretty easy. But yeah, just I would have,
It's-
if I do different weapons, I was thinking like endgame, I could probably use like a claw. This is what I was thinking for endgame. There's like a claw. I'll show you what I have in the game. I found something and it really got my mind thinking a little
Oh.
bit.
Also, I'll message you in game here, and then you can just control click to link items.
Okay.
What is your character's name, Miss League?
It is Ellie Eternal. ELEETERNAL. It's up here on the yes.
Okay. Maybe got a message from Dagger Kane.
Yes.
There we go. Sweet.
All right, I'm
Okay.
gonna see if I can find this claw that I found. Just found it today, actually, and I was like, wow, that got my wheels turning. It's got plus. So on the claw, it's got +1 all skill levels, and then and +2 level of socketed melee gems. So I was thinking, I was like, and then there's that shield that you can do plus where it
Squire?
makes it a six. Yeah, the 6 link.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
those two
so-
together would really boost that elemental hit.
Yeah, and if you want to take the budget super far, you could even do like a Shaper or Elder influenced version of that claw, which can roll modifiers that give you the effect of a level 20 skill gem. So like you can
Yeah.
have a claw that's supported by level 20 crit strikes,
Yes.
level 20 crit damage, and socketed skills deal 40% more damage as a mod, which is like essentially another thing. You can get effectively up to 11 links.
Ah, here it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
I found the. But it's a veil claw. So I don't know if these can transfer onto another claw by using like the crafting, or does it have to stay in a veil claw?
Nope,
Like-
it can go on any claw. Like, do you mean like by Recombinator?
Yes, that's what I was.
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter too much, the base, as long as it's the same item type, I think. So Val Claw versus Gemini Claw versus Imperial Claw, whatever, they're all
Yeah.
going to be the same, I think, for that.
Yeah, I should probably add the Gemini claw, because I've been collecting a bunch of Imperial claws, but that's just to, like, practice crafting later. I'm just filling up my inventory with stuff to mess around with crafting later.
Yeah, and that's a great idea. I mean, like, I think crafting is my favorite part of the game personally. It gets really expensive really quickly,
Yes.
but it is really cool. So, good morning. So I've crafted all of my gear this league.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, for this character at least. This character I wanted to do Flicker Strike build because I've never done Flicker Strike build.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And I wanted to just go fast and zoom, so I did a Flicker Strike power build on an occultist.
Interesting.
So this is my own design. It's a hybrid intelligence and dexterity stacker, so it uses items like this. So they give you different benefits per lightning damage and per dexterity and per intelligence.
Oh, okay.
As well as they give you percent increased attributes. Percent increased attributes are kind of hard to find on pieces of gear. So these two things together, the percent increased crit strike chance on the one and the percent increased attack speed on the other, those are global mods, so if you dual wield them, you get the benefits from both.
Oh.
But I have stuff like this chest piece, which I crafted this. I personally, I think it's pretty insane. It's not endgame worthy or anything like that, but it does give me a crazy amount of power. Like, this gets me Fortify, this gets me Power Charge Sustain, this gets me 3,000 evasion rating, 10% spell suppress. So, like, the amount of power that you can get from just one piece of gear is pretty crazy.
Wow, yeah.
And when you can optimize it and make it so that, like, this piece of gear has, can solve this issue, you can then put that effort into other things.
Yeah,
right?
you get power charges and fortify just from that piece. Yeah, that'd be pretty nice.
So then these two, for example, as well. I crafted these as well. So they're lightning exposure, 1 rage on attack hit, as well as attack speed, a bunch of defenses, and then scorched ground. Which
Oh wow,
makes
you
sense
get your
to
rage
minus.
too.
Yeah. So the boots as well, that onslaught during soul gain prevention thing there, that's a veiled modifier that you can roll on the June stuff.
Yes.
And that modifier makes it so that when I cast Val Haste, I get onslaught until Val Haste is out, because you get soul gain prevention as soon as you cast Val Haste. So they stack together.
I had no idea what soul gain prevention was even. I was always confused.
It's a period of time where you can't get back souls after you've used a Val skill.
Oh, okay, now
Yeah.
Okay.
So in any case, these pieces of gear, these are like mid-end game type pieces of gear.
That's mid-end game?
Not
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, these are not min-max whatsoever. The boots are quite good, but they have life, and I don't want life. So I need to remake these boots at some point. But you notice how the gloves and the boots have a fractured modifier on them.
Yes.
The fractured modifier makes it so much easier to craft. And for anything that you're going to try to craft, I would suggest trying to get a base with a fractured mod first, because it solves 1 out of those 6 mods.
I had a question about crafting. I'll ask you before I try doing it. I was thinking of just only using the recombiner to craft. Like, if you just get 1 mod on each item, could you recombine those multiple times to continue to add one at a time?
I think that might be kind of expensive in terms of the cost.
Oh, really?
Like the dust or whatever. Well, because you might have to do it many times.
Yeah,
and
like 6 times.
If you put all your eggs in one basket, for example, you have 1 base that you're then, adding modifiers to and combining them. If it bricks, you've lost all your progress. So I think Recombiner is really good if you have multiple sets of a piece of armor that have a mod that you want on them, and then you combine them together to make something that has like 2 or 3 mods that you want, and then you start crafting with other methods on it. So I think it's super good to get a base, and you can transfer fractures from different bases using the Recombinator, which is pretty cool. But I think the Recombinator is great if you have two things that are like have a couple mods that you want. You have to get them to that point first. So saving claws that have good mods that you want and then tossing them in the Recombinator to make a good base to craft on is a super good idea. 100%.
Yeah. I just wonder how, kind of wonder how it works. Like, how many times you can recombine?
An infinite number of times. There's no limit as long as you have the resources to fill
Like,
it.
yeah, okay. So, like, what I'm saying, if I have 3 claws with prefixes, and then 3 claws with 1 suffix, and they're all tier 1, and I can just keep it wouldn't overwrite any, would it?
It wouldn't overwrite any, but it would have to. It only has a limit of 3 prefixes, and
Yes.
so it'll replace one of them at random, but it'll never do more than 3. But if there's
Yes.
nothing else to replace on it, then yeah, it would just put in the good mods.
Yes. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think
They
that
do need
would
to be rare, though. I think,
Oh, they do have to be a rare.
which means that
no,
they're going to have 4 modifiers.
I've recombined 2 magic into a rare.
Oh, I haven't been using the Recombinator stuff so too much this league, but I know that it's really strong, so I think you probably could.
Yeah, I was like, I was thinking about that, and I was like, man, you might be able to make some items really easy using that. Don't tell anybody yet. I don't know. It's just something to think of, because if you could easily roll a T1 prefix just by using alts until you find a T1, and then you can set that item aside and go to the next item and alt it until you get another T1 mod.
Exactly. So you can do that 100% with the Recombinator. That's really the way to do it, I guess. I probably wouldn't use alts to find the first mod. I would probably get them into a rare
Yeah.
and then use harvest crafting to just reforge crit or reforge speed or whatever that I wanted on it. Because those things don't cost very much.
Oh, I don't know what that is either.
Okay, so do you have the horticrafting station in your hideout?
Let's see. I know I did not have it before, but I think I do have it somewhere. Oh, there it is, horticrafting. Okay, yeah, I do.
Yeah, so this is harvest crafting. That's where you use that exotic crystallized life force currency that you found.
Okay, and I have no sacred life force. I don't know what that's for.
No, those are really rare for really expensive harvest crafts. So when you open up the crafting thing, it says reforge a rare item with random modifiers. This doesn't change the fractured mods, obviously, but there's one for critical mods. It costs 150 blue essence. You could re-roll your claw with reforge critical, and guarantee a critical mod on it. So you guarantee crit damage or crit multi.
Okay.
So then you roll that until you get a high tier 1 roll, and then you set it aside, and then recombine them.
A rare
The best
item,
way
you're
to do it-
saying? I'm
Yeah, they need to be rare to reforge them with the harvest crafting, but you're guaranteeing a crit modifier, so it's much easier to get.
Oh.
Yeah, because using alts, you might spend 300 alts and never actually hit tier T1 crit.
So, like,
But you'll hit it in 3 harvest recrafts for 450 essence.
you're talking about a rare item, right? Or
Yep.
is it, could it be a magic item? But
Yeah,
wouldn't
I mean,
it
you can make it-
re-roll? Wouldn't it re-roll all those other mods though? Like, wouldn't I lose?
You wouldn't lose the fractured mod. You would lose the +2, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
That particular claw is a little bit hard to save with what it has, unless we spend a lot of money with like suffixes and prefixes cannot be changed. But I think the plus level of skill gems, there might be better ways to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking of an amulet. There's an amulet called Replica Dragonfang's Flight. Replica Dragon's Fang's Flight has gives you mana reservation efficiency, it gives you all resistances, it gives you all attributes. It's a unique Onyx amulet. You're gonna have to buy it off trade, but it has 1 modifier that gives you 3 levels to a random skill gem.
Oh.
Only that skill gem. So press. It's
Oh wow.
using elemental hit, plus to level up all elemental hit gems. There's one. Yeah, it's about 10 chaos for one of these amulets.
Well, let me go on trade and check it out. I gotta run to the washroom real fast. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Leave the coffee out for you. Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Welcome back, no worries.
Had to go run and do. My wife had me do a bunch of stuff while I was
Of course.
when I went upstairs. You know how it goes. All right. I was looking for an amulet.
It's called Replica Dragonfang's Flight. And then the way to search it up on PoE Trade is to just look up the name of your skill gem. So in like at the bottom there in the stat filters, just type in elemental hit and you'll find plus number sign to level of all elemental hit gems.
Ooh, stat. Okay, add stat filter. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this modifier, this plus to level of gems, this can be divined over. So if you ever are going to use a divine on an item to change the modifiers, don't do it on this amulet because it will brick the amulet and it'll hit for a different skill gem.
Wait a minute. Oh. All right. Yeah, there's one for 9 chaos. I probably want one with high elemental resist.
I would say one with high elemental or reservation efficiency of
Oh,
skills.
okay,
instead.
that's better. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you want just one that's like just a 10 and 10, but I don't know how much those are.
Yeah, those
So
are
10 elemental
more.
resists, There's one for 129 chaos. It has a 10 and 9. There's one for 50 chaos that's a 10 and 8 though.
Oh, gosh, I don't even see that one. You mean 8 reservation efficiency?
Yeah, and then 10 resistances.
Oh,
That gives you 14% damage just by swapping out to that amulet.
I have something like that. Hold on.
You lose a little bit of life though, keep in mind. But I think it's worth it for the damage. 'Cause
Yeah.
we're gonna get the defenses. We'll get the defenses elsewhere.
Eight. Here we go. 10 and 8. There it is.
Yeah, for 50 chaos, I think that's a decent price. I know you have like 180 chaos or so. 50
Yeah.
chaos. I mean, it might be a more expensive item for you, but it's a 14% damage boost from one item, which is pretty crazy. And I think for your skill, scaling gem levels is definitely the way that you want to go with it.
Oh, yeah. I agree.
Yeah, so finding a +1 level of all skill gems would be really, really good. I had a thought as well on how to scale the damage that was not using claws. If you'd be interested in using daggers, rune daggers can roll spell damage. And there's a unique helmet called Crown of Eyes.
Okay.
The Crown of Eyes makes it so that increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attacks at 150% of their value. So if you get 20% spell damage from something, it actually gives you 30% attack damage.
Oh, wow.
There, you can get tier 1 spell damage on a rune dagger is, I think, like 89%. So that multiplied by 1.5, that's how much generic percent increased attack damage you could get from one modifier on a rune dagger.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and remember the best ways to scale your, and this is while having high crit and high attack speed as well. Because basically what you want for your skill is you want attack speed, you want crit multi, and you want generic percent increased damage. Because things like flat damage don't really help.
Yeah, because you're not...
Yes. I did want to mention Trinity, though. So I think in one of your other videos, one of your other viewers commented about Trinity support.
Yes.
And I just wanted to
Is that better than
ask
increased-
about that one. Critical damage? 100%. It's way more damage than increased critical damage.
Really?
You'll want to
Trinity's-
swap out to increase Trinity or increase critical damage later, yes. But so you want it to be level 20. You toss it in there, and then in the configuration tab, you have to configure that you have the Trinity.
Oh, so that's what I didn't
resonance.
do. I think that's what happened. I didn't...
Yeah. Swapping out just Trinity for critical damage level 20 with no quality gets you to 968,000 EBS.
Oh.
Yeah. So the way that Trinity works is you get resonance on the other two elements when you hit with it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you hit with a lightning attack, you'll get 25 resonance for fire and cold. Because the way that elemental hit works, your next attack is going to be a different damage type, which means you're going to get resonance of the other two. Your next one's going to be a different one. You're going to get resonance of the other two, which means you permanently sustain 50 resonance on Trinity super easily with Elemental Hit. It's probably the best support gem for it because it gives you 50% more damage, and there's not many support gems that give you that.
Okay, so that's what I did. I didn't click on that.
Yeah. I see you have Nightblade support, which is fantastic. Nightblade support can also support daggers. Keep that in mind. So if you swap to daggers to scale spell damage with the Crown of Eyes, then you'd be able to still use Nightblade. Multi-strike is fantastic. Ruthless is fantastic. Elemental damage with attacks is a really good gem. It might not be the best one later, but it is a really good one now. So I think if you swapped out crit damage for Trinity, that would be that would be a good start, and then those skill gems on your gem would be what I would use as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to level that. I had one. I think I sold it because I didn't think about it.
They might have an extra one that's randomly
I
like
just-
level 17 or something. Oh yeah, I don't. But I don't think they're very
Fine.
expensive.
It doesn't take
anyways.
long. It doesn't take long to level.
Yeah, and you might be able to buy one for like a level 21 for a couple chaos. Yeah, a corrupted level 20 is 2 chaos.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta. Find.
Yeah, they're really not very expensive, actually. You can probably get a 2020 for a reasonable amount of money. 10 chaos for a level 20 Trinity support.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'll just level it for now, and I'll swap this stuff around. I'll play with it. And remove cast. Swap to Trinity. Swap. Trinity. Okay. And then we move that Dragon's Flight amulet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 8% reduced attribute requirements. Oh, that's actually useful as well.
Oh yeah, it's a great amulet. Really, really nice. So another thing about amulets is an anoint. You know what an anoint is?
No.
Okay.
Oh, is that you?
That's me.
Oh, okay.
You can kick that guy. Or no, we're in his party. Whoops. Just leave this guy's party, I guess. There we go. Okay. You can use this to test it out. It was only 10 chaos. Or you can just level up one, but
Oh,
it's 10 chaos. In the time we've been chatting, I've made like 100 chaos from trades, so we're good.
oh my gosh.
Yeah, so that's a 2020 Trinity. Obviously, it's not the best in slot. Like, best in slot would be a 2120. Those can get really expensive, though. So, the only way to get a level 21 gem is through... there's a couple different methods. You can get them to drop in the Val side areas, like the corrupted red portal areas. Or you can corrupt one with a Val Orb yourself. Or you can get them as a reward from certain divination cards. So for Trinity support, I don't think it drops naturally like that, so you'd have to corrupt it with a Val. So it can get kind of expensive for later, but it's
Okay.
like 1%. It's 1% damage from 20 to 21. I don't think it's worth it.
Okay. Just do that
There's a
one
couple
later.
really expensive gems for you to replace later on too when you're rich, like replacing multi-strike with awakened multi-strike.
Yes,
And ruthless
yeah.
with awakened ruthless, but I think both of those are like 60 divines right now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll have to wait till the end of the league.
Maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe you'll kill Maven, and maybe you'll drop one. Who knows?
Yeah, that would. So yeah, how do you get those? I was wondering because I was wanted to start looking for those.
They drop from Maven. Maven is
Okay.
an end game boss. I don't think I think you might have seen her yet. There's like witnessing maps by Maven.
Yes, I just started doing that.
Perfect. So keep doing those. After you witness like a few of them, you'll fight all of those bosses at once in an arena. Which is pretty fun, and you'll get a bunch of rewards as well as some skill points. After you do that a couple times, you'll get an invitation to fight Maven herself. Maven is a pinnacle boss. She's really hard, and I think we'll need a few more upgrades to get your build worthy to beat Maven.
Oh, okay.
We'll want to be at like 2 to 3 million DPS, I'd
Oh
say.
wow, okay.
Yeah. a bit more sustained, stuff like that. Just because she's like quite hard. And then there's an even more difficult version of her called Uber Maven. That's like the true end game of PoE. I haven't done any Ubers with this character or anything like that. But Maven drops those awakened gems.
Okay.
And there is a harvest craft, I'm pretty sure, maybe a harvest craft, maybe it's a beast craft. There's a way that you can change awakened gems into other awakened gems, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it may be, even if you did get an awakened multi-strike to drop, it may not be best to keep it and use it in your build, because 60 divines might be able to gear you out so much elsewhere. 60 divines would gear out your entire character.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. I have to witness Maven in tier 10 maps as well.
Okay. Yeah, so I've been able to do like T12 already with this character. It wasn't bad at all.
That's good.
I gotta do all my, just learned the other day that I have to do those divine vessel things. I'm gonna do that sometime this week.
So I guess two things about the maps. One is that there's certain, depending on what tier the map is, there's certain conditions that you have to complete to get an Atlas skill point from it.
Yes.
Yellow maps need to be rare.
Yes.
Red maps need to be rare and corrupted.
Okay, yeah, it looks like I just did T10 map as done.
Nice.
Burial chamber.
Perfect. You want to get those Atlas points because, your Atlas skill tree is how you make money. And I think after you reach 100 Atlas points, you get a third Atlas tree as well, so you can, have several different Atlas skill trees that you can spec into other content that you want to do. I've got one that is set up for Ritual and Searing Exarch altars and Beyond monsters.
Okay.
And it's all about just juicing rituals up to as many monsters as I possibly can and hoping to get good rewards from it. And then I've got one that's about finding a ton of scarabs and strongboxes. So it's about opening a gazillion strongboxes.
Yeah, I was thinking mine was gonna be, I'm just working on map drop right now and essences.
Okay.
And then
that's
I was
good for
thinking
now,
about
yeah.
adding some strong boxes to that.
Those maps and scarabs, I think, would be really good to focus on. Any nodes that give you connected maps or scarabs or increased tier of maps, those are going to be really good. Just until you have map sustain and you can handle it.
All right, so I replaced that amulet. Let me see my defense. Okay, it looks like I'm still good on resist.
Yeah, you lost a bit of life as a result of that, which is unfortunate. But you didn't lose too much else out of that amulet.
Yeah, I still have max chaos resist. I'm doing good on resist. One thing that I'm really worried about switching my weapons out is if I switch out my weapons, I lose my block. I get it.
You do. However, you have capped block for 75% or 77, I guess, percent block. Block chance is really good because it happens after the evasion.
Mm-hmm.
However, a higher evasion rating with no block would be better.
Oh.
Evasion caps, your evade chance caps at 95, which is, it's quite a bit to get there.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I'm looking at my build right now, I have a Watcher's Eye that gives me plus 7% chance to evade. Well, I'll mention Watcher's Eyes in a second here. But I've got everything set up, and I've got about 50,000 evasion rating, and I'm currently at 95.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
I've capped
ton.
it, but I'm at 50,000 evasion rating. So how I got to 50,000 evasion rating was by using pieces of gear like this. This one has 6... Oops. That's the wrong person. Pieces of gear like this, these gloves, have 600 evasion
Oh
rating.
wow,
on them.
yeah.
The helmet that I'm using has 745. This crafted chest piece has 3,000.
Yeah.
You know, and then I've got this flask, which gives me flat 1,500. And then I've got this one, which gives me another 60% increased evasion rating.
Oh, so you're using
So, like-
used when charges reach full, so it automatically...
Yes, so that's my flask setup. I'm using a timeless jewel called a brutal restraint. This is what that is. It's gonna be meaningless to you to look at. It just says denoted service of 1126 Dakara and the Akara of Balbala.
Yeah.
Like, what does that mean? Basically, there are 5 different types of jewels called timeless jewels. You can have a maximum of 1 of them in your tree at any time. And they change or modify or add things to the passives in their radius. So how this one in particular works is it makes any keystones in the radius become the trader. And the trader gives you flasks gain 4 charges per empty flask slot every 5 seconds. So if I have 2 empty flask slots, it gives me 8 charges every 5 seconds, just for free.
Right.
So by using increased charge recovery, increased charges gains, and then flash charges on crit, I have 100% uptime on all 3 of these flasks.
So how did you know that that timeless jewel would change that specific keystone passive or whatever to that
To the
flask?
trader?
Yeah.
That's a really good question, and it's because it's Balbala. So Balbala always changes the keystone to trader. There are other ones. There's 3
Okay.
other kinds of brutal restraint that change it into the 3 other different keystones. The
Okay.
keystone's always the same. The number, though, that 1126, that determines what extra modifiers are elsewhere on the tree.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so
Why do they make this
This,
game so confusing?
here's where it gets really crazy, though.
Oh my
okay?
gosh.
I have this in a spot on my skill tree to give me the bonuses for the trader, but I also have it set up that it's giving me 5% increased dexterity on one of my nodes that normally gives me flash charges. It also gives me 5% increased dexterity. I've got another one that gives me 20% evasion rating. Every single small node gives me 4 flat dexterity, and then my spell suppression node below gives me 20 flat dexterity. So currently this character has 1,395 dexterity and
Holy
1,008
moly.
intelligence.
Well, that's how you get that much.
Yeah. Also using things like both my claws give me 12% increased each. I'm using
Yeah.
this amulet, which just gives me like a ridiculous amount of flat.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the thing important about this amulet is that look at the top there. There's that little light blue allocates tribal fury.
Yes.
This amulet gives me tribal fury for free without having to pass to it. That's an anoint. So anoints are basically like you can choose 1 extra notable passive anywhere on the skill tree and add it to your build with an anoint,
Oh.
which is pretty incredible. It's so much power. Because anywhere on the skill tree, it doesn't have to be connected. It can be any node.
Oh. Yeah, so I never understood how to get those.
Yes.
Yeah, I never
Why don't
understood.
you? Yeah. Let's find which one would work for you. And I was finding some blight the other day, and I've got a bunch of lower tier oils. We might be able to anoint it right now for you.
Wait, Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah,
so
because
let's
you're
just look
using
at the
all
skill
these
tree.
terms. It's so confusing. So like you can
Sorry.
just add one to your any amulet.
Yeah, so what anointing means is anointing is a action that Cassia does, and Cassia is the blight NPC,
Yes.
and basically she adds the modifier to that item. It's on that item. You have to have that item equipped in order to get the passive bonus from it, but it basically like allocates it for you without it being connected to your tree. You anoint it by using 3 different oils of different colors, and they're specific to the slot. So if you hold Alt when you're mousing over a notable on the passive tree,
Okay.
you'll be able to see 3 different colors of oils that you need.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't
like
even know that
Clever Thief.
existed.
Yeah, so Clever Thief, for example, is clear, verdant, indigo. So you just use those 3 oils with cassia, and then you would anoint it, and it would give you that notable for free.
Wait.
So, let's anoint something.
Wait, it'll give it to you for free?
Yes, sir. You have to spend the oils. Like, you have to spend the oils themselves for the craft. But other than that, you don't have to attach it or anything like that.
Okay, let's
So I
do
think
that.
Holy Dominion or Divine Judgment would be the best one for you, 100%.
Okay, so
It
I have
is-
oils. All right, hold on. Divine Judgment. Let me go to my tree again. Where are you at for Divine Judgment?
It might not be the best one for now, but it's cheap.
Okay. Where's that at? Divine Judgment.
It's on the left-hand side of the tree, up near the top, kind of. It just gives you 50% increased elemental damage.
I'm gonna do a search because I can't find it.
Just a little bit to the left and up. It's like on the outskirts of the tree on the left-hand side. Divine Judgment is another 12% anointment for you.
I see Bloodless, Steadfast, Tribal Fury, Brinksmanship, Rallying Icon.
I think it's up higher than where you're looking.
Is it? Crimson Dance, Eagle Eye, Rage Mastery.
Just like go to the left-hand side, like just right in the middle of the left side of the tree.
Oh, there it is. Oh, Divine
there you go.
Shield? No, that's.
It's right above that one. It's like it's right near that one, just a little bit above.
Oh,
it in the
Divine
cluster.
Fury,
It's right beside
Divine
that one.
Judgment,
There you go. Divine Judgment. That's the one.
Sepia, Teal, and Black. Gosh.
Yeah.
Oh.
So those aren't very expensive oils, which is great. I actually have all 3 of them if you need them.
I think I have some.
Sweet.
Clear.
They're not very high tier ones. Black is the highest, and it's still not very expensive. I think it's like 1/5 of the chaos.
Sepia, Teal, and
So by anointing that onto your amulet, that was another 12% boost, and your lightning attack single hit now is 1.2 million.
Yeah, I don't even know these things exist. Like, there's no way of knowing unless I don't even know how. Even know that stuff is here. I don't have black oil.
Well, good thing I have one.
Is it that hard to find?
No, they're really cheap. I just only had one because that's it, like I'm not running Blight right now.
Go. All right, hold on. See, it's like a whole learning thing for me. It's like just when you think you figured out the game, now there's a whole nother depth.
Oh, yeah, wait.
Sepia, teal,
Wait till-
and black.
Wait till we get into crafting. Your brain's
Oh
gonna
dear
explode.
gosh.
So for example, so that was sepia, teal, and black.
Okay,
just
so
for,
I have
I'll go
them.
see how much that was. So now you go to Cassia.
Okay. Yes. She's probably
Sister
not even
Cassia.
in my.
She might not be. You might have to add her from your decorations tab.
It's not letting me. Alright, I gotta find her. Oh, yes. Right.
Okay. And then, yeah, when you talk to her, she'll have a little thing to anoint.
Okay.
God's wall.
Then you put your amulet into it, and then you put your 3 oils into it, and it should tell you that you're anointing Divine Judgment.
Oh.
Oh, bless.
Oh. And could you do
Then-
that with every single item?
No, you can
Oh.
only do that with amulets, and you only get to do it for one amulet. Like, sorry, like you can do it on as many amulets as you want. Let me rephrase that. You only get it on the amulet, and you only get one anointment. There are certain ways to get more anointments, such as the Spore Guard unique chest armor can be anointed, and the Stampede unique boots can be anointed as well. But those are blight-specific uniques, and that's that's one of their unique modifiers is that they can be anointed. But all amulets can be anointed. If they're corrupted, you can still anoint them as well. You just need a tainted oil, which is kind of expensive, but it's still doable. So you can change this anointment out at any time if you want. You just have to use the oils to get it.
Oh, okay.
That anointment for you, though, is 12% damage just
Wow.
from the anointment. Without the amulet itself was 14%, and then another 12% on top of that for that. So swapping out that amulet for you, let me see here.
Yeah, that's huge. That's like, man, how'd you even know that was...
Just from Dusk Clasp to Dragon's Fangs, it gives 27.7% DPS
Wow.
from that amulet swap.
Yeah, I didn't even know that stuff
So
changes
the cost
everything.
of that was about 60 chaos or so. Mm-hmm. And we're gonna do one more thing with it to make it even better, is we're gonna put catalysts on it. So it's a 16% roll for attributes, but we're gonna juice that up a little bit. Let me see here. Intrinsic catalyst. How much are these? They're not even a chaos.
I don't even know what a catalyst is. Catalyst.
Hey, I just bought these because I'll use them later. If you don't want free things, then you don't have to take them, but you could also just spend what I spent on them, which was 20 chaos, if you want to buy them. These are an item that what they do is they add quality to your jewelry, and this quality is a more multiplier of that type of attribute. So for the intrinsic catalyst that I just linked here, this one, oops, why can't I?
I have some catalysts. I don't know which ones I have. Never used any. Intrinsic?
There we go. Yeah.
I have...
So the intrinsic, this is it would either be this one or the other one. We could get 2% more all resistances, or you could get 3 more all attributes. It's up to you.
Not sure what's better.
Resistances are really expensive. Attributes I have for free.
I have intrinsic catalysts. I have 2 of them.
Okay.
How many do I need?
Probably 20.
Oh, 20.
Yeah, I've got 20 here.
I might have some. Turbulent.
I just bought them at market rate from the exchange. Oops.
Okay. And I just add
So then
that to this amulet.
Exactly. Then you just right-click them onto the amulet over and over again until it's at 20% quality.
Okay.
And then once it's at 20% quality, it will get, if you hold Alt on the item, you can see which of the modifiers are 20% increased. Should say 19 to all resistance once you get it to the very top. Or sorry, 19 to all attributes.
Oh, yes, it does. Okay.
Yeah, so now it gives 19 instead of 16.
Okay.
And there you go. So catalysts you can use on your belt, on your gloves, or your rings as well, to give you more mileage out of the modifiers on them. Quality is
Okay,
really
yeah,
important. You
one of
always
them
wanna
has
have
it. Yeah, okay, I see. One
Yeah.
of my rings has that I bought.
Great. That's awesome.
Of a
Saves
ring
you
and a
the
belt.
currency of putting it. it can be really strong though. So for my Astramantis here, this originally gives 16 and 92, but instead it gives me 19 and 110 because of that multiplier for attributes. So that's, that's like 28 from that plus 3. That's another 31 all attributes. Just
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see.
so for me, that's a lot of points.
Yeah.
As well as this is the belt that I'm using. I have elemental damage modifiers on it. It normally gives me 24% elemental damage per power charge, but instead it gives me 28.
Ah, so that's a
And because-
different calculus for that one.
Yeah, so because that is 40%, or sorry, I get 4% more elemental damage per attack, per power charge, because of the catalysts, this actually gives me 6 times 4, or 24% increased damage.
Okay, yeah, because I got one on my ring, and I got 49% increased elemental damage with attack skills.
Exactly. So if you hold Alt on the ring when you're looking at it, you can see what the base stats are.
Okay, the base
where
was
they rolled.
41%. Well, that's pretty good
Exactly.
T1.
Yeah.
There. Yeah, I had
So
to
you're
spend,
getting
I
the
had to pay up for that one.
49%. That's a really good ring. This ring's really good. The only thing that's not great on it for you is the
energy shield.
maximum energy shield. Yeah, but other than that, like, man, it's got T2 strength, T1 lightning. That's got the veiled fire and chaos resistances. Like, it's a really good ring. Although you don't have perfect chaos resistances on it.
No. Could probably roll that, right? It's 21, I mean.
Do you have any blessed orbs?
I do.
Nice. I have so many of these from Heist, it's not even funny.
I have 29. That's to reroll the base stat, right?
It's to reroll the implicit. So
Yeah,
that'll
the
reroll
implicit,
that
yeah.
21% chaos resistance, but it won't reroll anything else.
Okay.
You can reroll the base stats on an item, which, like, if you hold Alt over your chest piece, you can see where it rolled for the evasion rating within the range of rolls it can get. You use a Sacred Orb to reroll the base.
Ah, okay.
Sacred Orbs are really expensive.
Okay, I don't think I have any.
No, you don't. They would be beside the Orbs of Scouring in your... I'll just do a quick price check right now to see how much they are. Or, I'm not going to use any, but
Yeah.
they are 30 chaos a pop.
Okay.
That's actually pretty cheap in terms of currencies.
Right.
So we've already got you 30% more damage, just for one swap from your amulet, which is pretty crazy huge. That's awesome. Your resistances are all overcapped, which is really good. That gives you a lot of room to swap stuff off.
Yes.
If you swapped off your boots and you took off your boots entirely, you wouldn't lose any resistances. You'd still be capped on all three, or all of them, all 3 elemental and chaos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So let's get some new boots. That will
Oh, I
give you a bunch
I
of other stuff.
do need cold. I'm 71% cold. But I could... Oh, no, I can't.
71% cold?
Yeah.
Where's that extra 5% coming from?
Because I had 43% on this boots.
Just wondering where that extra 41% came from, because I'm seeing 77% on POB
Oh.
when I take off the boots.
I think
'Cause we
I
haven't
had
made
that...
any other changes,
I
right?
had that amulet.
Yeah, that's with the replica Dragon's Fang.
Oh. I don't know.
Cold resistance? No, you're overcapped on cold resistance.
Cold, it says 70. What did I... Oh. I don't know.
Did you make any changes since that path of building that you had on your other video?
I don't think so. Let me. No,
Yeah,
because
okay, so-
I put that on there. Weird.
Oh, account is private. Okay.
Maybe what I did was I had like a different. I don't think
You know
I
what?
changed it.
Regardless, we'll just get some resistances, craft
Yeah.
them onto the boots with an open suffix. So that's completely okay. Okay, so let's see. So the reason why I sorry, 1 sec. Okay, sorry. The reason why I wanted to look at the boots, just because is the boots are your weakest piece of gear, just in general. They give you practically nothing in terms of defenses other than the resistances, and they give you movement speed, which is great. So what we're gonna do is craft a better pair of boots that give you a bunch of defenses and some more offenses. So you're using, what type of flasks do you have?
I-
The diamond flask and a silver flask. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So what I was gonna say is we could swap out the silver flask for a jade flask to get you some more evasion rating. And then we could do the same craft that I did on my boots for onslaught during soul gain prevention to give you onslaught when you use Val Haste.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then that's.
Or we could do chance to gain onslaught on kill on the boots as well. Which you may not have some of these crafting recipes, but I would totally, like, I can craft them for you and you can just give me the currency for it if it's like a chaos craft or something. There's some that I don't have though that I'm missing, but I have most crafts.
Okay. I guess how would I? Where do we start crafting that?
We gotta start crafting by getting a pair of boots to
Oh
craft
man,
with.
and I haven't even been
Yeah.
picking up boots much.
We're gonna buy the base.
Okay.
Don't worry about too much about finding the bases on your own. Because there are so many different item types, it may be impossible to find like something on your own that is the right type of base. Sometimes you may get lucky, but most times it's like you just buy the base for like a couple of chaos. And because it's later in the league now, things are a lot cheaper. So I think there's a point that I want to go back to that I had on my list of things, which was just defenses and choosing your defensive layers. So the cast while damage taken setup doesn't really work well with evasion, but it does work fairly okay with armor. So there's a pivotal kind of point that you need to decide on your build whether you want to go for more evasion based or more armor based defenses.
How does,
Basically for defenses.
Oh, I was gonna ask, how does what about like cast when stunned? Or do I just not get hit much? I guess that's the same thing, wouldn't it be?
Yes, yeah. So I think the key is don't get stun immunity elsewhere. We'll just find stun immunity somehow, like on the tree and stuff. And then like there's a node that says you can't be stunned if you're on full energy shield. I can't remember where you get that one from, but if you have energy shield right there and you're evasion based, you'll pretty much always have energy shield, so you can't be stunned, for example. Stun immunity is much better than stun avoidance. But 100% stun avoidance is essentially the same thing.
Yeah. I have that one jewel that gives you 500 something percent increased
Yeah.
stun recovery. Do you think that's
Yeah.
good enough, or?
I don't think so, because basically, with an evasion-based character, you're going to get hit once every little while. How evasion works in this game is that it's an entropic system, and it starts as, like, let's say you have a 80% chance to avoid attacks. You're going to avoid the first 4 attacks that come at you, and then you're going to get hit by the 5th one. There's a 100% chance you'll be hit by that 5th attack. It's a guaranteed deterministic and entropic system for evasion rating. It is not a random percent chance. So if you have 50% evasion rating, you will avoid the first attack that hits you, but you'll get hit by the second every time. Which is why the difference between 90% evasion and 95% evasion is literally twice as much defense.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's how it scales really, really high at the end game. So for this character right now, for my Flicker Strike character, I'm only getting hit once out of every 25 or once out of every 20 attacks. Then on top of that, I have my block chance, which isn't very high, but because I have 95% evade chance, I just don't get hit by anything. For you though, even if you have high evade chance and you get hit by something, it may stop you dead in your tracks. It'll stop you. It'll take you out of a attack animation.
Yeah.
You know, it'll take you out of a movement animation.
Oh.
Stun will still hit you, and because you have a fairly low stun threshold and you're evasion based, when that hit actually makes it through your defenses, you will be stunned by it and it'll stop you and it might kill you.
Oh.
If you have stun immunity, that hit just doesn't matter.
Okay.
So I think actually there's an evasion mastery that you could get really easily. Where is it here? Evasion mastery. Cannot be stunned if you haven't been hit recently.
Oh, that's where
an evasion mastery.
The points that I didn't get.
Yeah. Yeah.
I originally went through
like,
there and then I didn't get it. Yeah.
There's a bunch of optimizations we can make in the tree, but we'll get into that when we start looking at the. However, that evasion mastery for cannot be stunned if you haven't been hit recently. Recently refers to the last 4 seconds. So
yes.
As long as if you have, I guess you can do kind of the math here. If you have 90% evasion rating, you're getting hit once out of every 10 attacks. If you're only getting hit once out of every 10, or you're only getting hit, or there would be attacks coming, I guess, 40 of them in that 4 second period, or 10 per second, you're only going to get a hit by one of those attacks. Therefore, you'll always be that haven't been hit recently. As soon as it crosses that threshold of like 40 attacks during that period, then you'll get hit by more than one attack, and you might be able to get stunned, but you may not get stunned from that second hit. All right?
Yeah.
So that one gives you free stun immunity for the first hit, and as soon as you get hit, as an evasion-based character, you should dip out anyways, and then go back in.
And then over here I have it too, evasion mastery. I could grab it on the left. Since I'm Scion,
Yep.
I could also get the 100% increased evasion from equipped body armor.
Yep.
If I grab 3 nodes at the left side of it, by the
So
Scion.
imagine how good that is, that 100% increased, if it's on an evasion rating armor piece that has 3,800 base evasion rating.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, that's giving you like 7,000 evasion rating from just your chest piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you use stuff like Grace, so you fit in the aura for more evasion rating, and that's how I'm able to hit the evasion rating that I do, which, not in combat, is sitting at 50,430 right now, with flasks up. And I have evasion rating on all my pieces of gear, as well as energy shield, but they're hybrid bases, so they're not full evasion rating. I'd be able to get a lot more mileage out of it if I used just straight bases, but because I want dexterity and intelligence on all of my pieces of gear, I need them to be hybrid bases to roll those modifiers more easily.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And you'll find as you're optimizing that by taking out one thing to fit something in, you may create a problem, but you may be able to solve that problem elsewhere more easily. Oh, the boots. Right. I was going to look up boots. So, I guess coming back to this, would you like to go with pure evasion rating, lots of life, and that kind of setup for defenses?
I think so, yeah. I believe that's what I was going for originally.
Okay. I know that you have a lot of stuff set up really good for it, so spell suppression chance. We'll want to optimize that, make it so you're not using lucky and have just flat 100%. But that should be pretty easy to do.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that'd be a lot.
Yeah, and then you're just guaranteed. And then you get additional reduction there, and you can end up having 56% damage reduction for all spells for free.
So instead
by
of doing
using a
lucky,
couple
what
nodes.
would you recommend doing for that spell suppression mastery?
That one, I would do the I would use Lucky until you have cap.
Okay.
100%. Yeah, Lucky's really, really good until you have like 90%, and then it's not as effective. But I think we can just path through a few things that would be a little bit more effective for that spell suppression, or using a jewel in the center of the tree to give you a bunch. So that jewel slot right by your starting location,
Yes.
that is a perfect place for a unique jewel called the Green Nightmare. The Green Nightmare, what it does is it gives you a percentage of your cold damage as extra chaos, which doesn't really help you. You're not going to get the damage benefit from it. However, it says passives granting cold radius or all elemental radius in resistance or in radius also grant chance to suppress spell damage at 70% of its value. So that jewel socket there, you have an 18% cold resistance node and a 10% all resistance node. You get 70% effect of that, so you get 7% spell suppress from Sentinel, and you get 11% spell suppress from cold resistance. So you end up with 18% spell suppression just from a jewel, without any changes.
Oh. This is good. Wouldn't it be... I wonder if that all oh yeah. I wonder if that all resistance... That's not in range of that one.
Sorry, just making a trade.
Holy, yeah, that's... That's a pretty expensive jewel there.
Yeah, they're fairly expensive. 2 divine.
Oh, I have to save up for that. Save up for the Green Nightmare.
Okay, I just had a 5 divine sale. For a jewel, a guy traded me for a 1 divine ring that I had listed and gave me a 5 divine jewel for it.
Yeah, man. So how are you be able to find those items? I guess it's just hard for me to grasp how to get to that next level where, like, I'm sitting here trading for 1 chaos items and you're trading for 1 divine items. It's just like, it's like a whole nother level, you know? Like, how do you find those, I guess? Well, I mean, I know we're in the middle of doing the boots thing, but it's like, how do you get to that level? Just, it's just experience, I guess.
Totally.
It just like seems silly that to even try to sell things for 1 chaos when you can.
100% right. And I mean, like, with where you're at though in terms of your upgrades, 1 chaos sales might help you buy some upgrades, right?
Yes.
You know, for someone like myself, the upgrades are quite expensive at this point, and so I need currency like that to in order to sustain it. So, like, for example, this claw, for example, is a crazy claw. It's got a quality on it. It's got frenzy charge on kill. There's nothing else like this on the trade site right now. Even enchanted corrupted ones, there's not a single one out there, and it's a perfect roll. So this claw is probably worth 5 or 6 divine, I'd say. Just the one that I just linked. And then the other one is also more expensive. This one, just a base roll on it. Oops. Without being corrupted or anything like that, is 4 divine for a perfect roll. So just my weapons alone are like 10 divine, and I could upgrade from here for those, because the one with power charge and a crit strike is terrible.
And you corrupted these yourself. Thing,
I
right?
did not.
Oh,
I
somebody
actually
else
bought.
did.
I bought both of them. Yeah, because the percent increased dexterity and the percent increased intelligence. It's
Yeah.
really important for me that those are maxed.
So is that a common build that some people are doing then, or?
This is a completely unique build that I've never seen anyone
Oh, okay.
do. I made this all up on my own.
Oh, nice.
I don't think I've ever seen a hybrid intelligence dexterity stacker with, like, on an occultist like this. It's
Okay.
all of my builds are like this though. I like to just do stuff that's a little bit different, and then try to, you know, like try to make a new build that's interesting, that is something that people haven't really been done, or find a different way to scale it or something like that. So like my character that I made earlier in the league was much more cookie cutter, and I'll just go bring that character out and show you. The first character this league was a strength stacker. It was a strength stacking wander, actually.
Oh, okay.
So using
Cool.
dual wands, and yeah. These ones. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Ascendant.
And my wander's here. Yeah. So this character is a lot different. This character is a strength stacker, and they are a character that stacks strength and converts all of the damage to chaos damage to do some stuff. So it's like, basically I dual wield wands and I cast an attack. Right, I attack with an attack that's a projectile. And how I scale the damage is I make it so that I get a bunch of projectiles, I fire them all in a row. Oops. I keep on hitting trade instead of whisper. T-Bond. And how it works is I just shoot a gazillion projectiles.
Oh, wow.
So,
Fun.
yeah, the clear is absolutely bonkers with this. I just need to open up a new path of building. I think we're sitting at about 18 million or so.
Oh, wow.
Single
that's
target
a
with this
ton.
build.
Single target, too. Wow.
Yeah. The clear is pretty disgusting with this. So basically, how it works is each one of these projectiles will also return, and when they return, they create an explosion.
Oh, okay.
That explosion is not modified by the returning projectile's less damage multiplier, because it is not a projectile. So you get full damage. I'm using sniper's marks, so the projectiles will split when they hit an enemy, and they'll come backwards towards it, and the enemy will hit by effectively one projectile, one returning projectile, and 3 explosions per hit. So it's a ridiculous amount of damage. But how this character works is this character works by getting as much strength as humanly possible. So I have 2,112 strength currently. So like every single one of my pieces of gear has just an absolute truckload of strength. Like this amulet, for example, is crazy.
Okay. Allocates multi-shot.
12% increased strength implicit, so this is a synthesis item. Synthesized items are a different base that has different implicits that you can roll and modify, but they have certain restrictions, like they can't be influenced, they can't be, if you corrupt them you can remove the implicits and stuff like that. And some of these can be crazy expensive, like the base alone for this item, let's see here, so just the 14% increased strength. The cheapest one's 20 chaos, not too bad. With T1 strength and T1 int, 1 divine.
Oh.
With energy shield, there's none. Multi-shot anyways. And then the enchant, or the anointment alone, is 1.3 divine for that amulet. So this is like the 3rd or the 4th amulet for this build that I've made, though. I started with earlier ones. I actually was using an Aster Ventus, which is the same amulet as my other character.
Yes.
using a bunch of different things. I ended up finding some like crazy corrupted gear that worked really well for me. So it's like you just have to find what gives you the best benefit in that particular slot, and you find better and better things as you go. So like a good example is wands, actually, because I have a few different wands here. And all of these were like pretty big damage boosts. So this is a wand that I was using before I swapped to chaos damage. And if you look at it, it's actually quite a decent wand. It's got tier 1 crit, tier 3 attack speed, it penetrates some damage, it's got a bunch of mods, it's got spell damage, it's whatever. It's an okay wand. But you know, it's not a crazy expensive wand or anything like that. And then you have the wands that I'm currently using. This one I crafted. It's not complete yet. It is still missing one modifier, but it has flat T1 chaos damage, chaos pen, T1 attack speed, T1 crit chance, and T2 crit multi. The plague scratch wand there is really, really good. I don't know how expensive it would be to buy or to craft, but it's really strong. But that's not even the end kind of game for those wands. So I have a wand base that I'm crafting on, which is this one, which has a synthesis implicit for 1% increased spell damage for 16 strength. For me, this gives me like 130% increased spell damage, which through some methods is multiplied by like 4 times as effective for me. So this is all just to say that the way to scale elemental hit is going to be a lot different than the way that I've scaled the damage on these two other characters for the flat damage.
Yeah.
All that this character gets is this character gets a ridiculous amount of flat chaos damage from these really expensive boots. It gets more percent damage bonus from strength from this chest armor, which then using the Iron Will Keystone on the tree gives you spell damage for that strength damage. And then the skill itself scales by spell damage at 200% of its value. So all of those things work together and multiply together to give me some crazy amount of percent increased damage from strength, as well as flat damage from strength.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Like makes my head explode. Now how do you regen? How do you get life back? That builds.
This character just has life leech.
Okay.
So life leech and life on hit. And I think this character, because it has so much damage, and I've got about 6,000 life, I think it's like 3,000 or so.
So, are you using the life leech gem, or are you using?
Let me open up my my thing here.
Oh, because the wand doesn't attack.
Oh, sorry.
So, are you using like Clever Thief or?
I actually only have about 2k on hit leech. So I have it in the. Where is it here? I have a cluster jewel.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so this cluster jewel here, this solves all my leech issues. It's got it's got Drive the Destruction, which gives me attack damage leeched as life, and it's got Fuel the Fight, which gives me attack damage leeched as mana. So the only thing that this build can't really do is no leech maps. No leech ruins me, and I can't really do it. As well, though, I have life gain on hit per enemy hit with attacks because I do so many projectiles. Basically, it doesn't really look like it, but I'm casting 15 projectiles per attack. So with that, your life gain on hit is multiplied by such a huge amount, even single target, that you get a colossal amount of benefit from those life gain on hit nodes.
Yes.
So they're on the right side of the tree by the Charisma Keystone, and it's called life gain on hit, and then excess sustenance, which is 15% chance to gain 200 life on hit. And that's it. That's all that I have for leech.
Oh, okay. Perks.
I do have like 600 life regen as well, and I'm using a pretty expensive flask to give me Consecrated Ground, which gives me life regen, as well as increased damage against enemies. Yeah, so this flask I think is 4 divine or so. It's really good though, and I think it would be really good for you to strive to get. Bottled Faith is super good in all builds. Just because it gives you the life regen, it gives you Consecrated Ground, which makes it so that enemies have increased crit chance against them, increased damage against them. Sorry, that was one other way that you could scale the damage of the elemental hit, is increasing the damage that enemies take from you. And that's effectively works the same way as a more damage multiplier. It's just applied at a different step in the calculation.
Yes. Yeah, I'm using that in a couple places actually.
Which is awesome, yeah. No, and I just want you to know as well, like, nothing was wrong with your build or bad with your build to start with either. Like, you have a super solid foundation. There are a few things that I'm like, okay, enchantments on the flasks could be good, maybe, you know, an anoint on the amulets, and certain things you don't see, but I can tell you're, like, really trying to understand it and get the most out of it. Your build was good to begin with. We're just now... this is just the beginning of optimizing it.
Yeah. I'd like to keep the dual ungles just as long as possible, and then
Okay.
switch from that over to a weapon and a shield, just because.
Okay, sounds good.
Because
I
those
mean,
weapons are expensive. You know what I mean? You know, I can only go so
Yeah.
far, and then.
You know, and maybe the best way to do it would be to find, like... although, let's see. Do you have quality on them?
On the weapons, I do not. But it doesn't use that. It doesn't use that.
No. But here's another thing. So that culture crafting station, you can do alternate qualities on it. So you can make it so that your quality, instead of giving you percent increased physical damage, gives you percent increased attack speed, for example.
Oh.
Gives you like, or percent, it's like 4% increased crit
chance?
per...
If it does crit chance, that would be insane. Because they have
It
high
does.
crit
It's not very
chance.
much. It's not very much, but it does do it. Yeah, it's not cheap, and I currently don't have the additional life force to fund it. But you might have to farm some harvest to do that first, because it costs 5,000 life force to do that.
Oh wow! Crystallized.
You can
life
also,
force.
yeah. So, and because you don't do any physical damage, it makes complete sense for you to put the quality elsewhere.
Okay, yeah. So I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't even know this stuff existed. It's just so much that I can't wrap my head around how much different stuff there is.
I just saw one. It costs 5,000 life force. You can get 1% increased area of effect per 4 quality as an enchantment. So you could do that on both of your things and gain another 10% AoE for free.
Now that would
By
be...
free, I mean like it has a cost, obviously,
Yeah.
for the currency to do it, but it's free as in like there's an extra spot.
Yeah,
to
I
put
could just
something.
farm that life force. I mean, that wouldn't be too bad. I have a bunch of probably of those scarabs or whatever, or I could spec that in my atlas or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Has 1% increased attack speed per ace. Ooh, gosh, each one is good.
Okay, and then before we do the boots, we're gonna do one more thing.
How about these add modifiers? Could you do that on a unique or no?
No.
Okay, so
No,
that's only a rare.
yeah, so it's like for I think it specifies in the crafting station as well. Like it says add a modifier to
Oh
a
yeah, rare item. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna give you a couple things here.
Whoa.
These were so cheap. They're 10 chaos, or sorry, 1 chaos for 10 of them. So that's like 10 chaos worth of things. Those are the currency that you use to get the Eater and Searing implicits on your gloves, your chest piece, your boots, and your helm. And one really easy thing to do right now is to just add implicits to those pieces of gear that you have.
Okay.
And so take off each piece of gear and just start rolling the implicits until you see something that you think would be really good. There are certain things that are super, super strong for certain builds. Like on a helmet, for example, you can get percent fizz taken as chaos. So if you're chaos inoculation and you're immune to chaos, you just have flat physical damage reduction from that. You can get up to like 15%. So it's really, really strong. On the chest, you want to roll those Searing Exarch ones until you hit power charge every 15 seconds.
Okay, so for the chest?
Yes,
So which one do
that's
I use on the
chest.
chest? I'd use the blue ones.
You're going to use both blue and red on all of them, because you can have one Eater implicit, which is from the blue ones, and you can have one Searing implicit, which is from the red ones, for all of the items.
Is that you? Okay. Oh wow. So I see. Yeah, I didn't even know that either. All right. So I'm gonna start with the chest, and I'll start with the blue one.
Yeah.
There's evasion. 17% increased evasion. Should I keep going on that?
Yeah.
For the blue.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what. Race has 21% increased aura effect.
You want to get basically both these two mods. Because
power charge, yes.
This percent chance to fortify thing here.
Yes.
Fortify is based off of the amount of fortification stacks you get is based off of the damage of the hit, not your chance to fortify. If you fortify on a hit, you will get 20 fortify.
And then I could save
because
all
you
those
have a high attack
points that I used.
You can drop every single node for fortify on the tree, and you have fortify, free 20% fortify here from one implicit. So I did have kind of a thought process with this, which was like getting the gear and everything that you can drop off the tree, and then just having a ton of extra points that we can put into a cluster jewel or something to shoot your damage up even higher.
Okay.
And I have some extra cluster jewels here from other characters that might work, although I don't know if I have an elemental one.
Block spell damage, 1% less damage taken. Haste. Elemental resist. Armor. Melee hits have 7% chance to fortify. Okay, that's a start.
There you go. Yep.
What was I?
So
I forgot what color I was
so you
using
you
for
won't
that
be able
one.
to you won't be able to get more than 7%, or it might be 8%. But if you hold Alt on it, you should be able to see what range it
Oh
rolled in.
yeah, it's 6 to 7, so I got 7 on that one.
Perfect. So just leave that. There
Leave
you go.
that.
There's your fortify.
Okay.
You can. So mine says 11% chance, and that's because I used a higher tier of that currency.
Okay. It's
Yeah.
fine,
So
because I attack so fast, it doesn't really
exactly.
matter much.
So
Alright.
I used this one, which these ones are 6 chaos each. And
Oh,
I had to use
wow.
about 20 of them or so. So I think to get your implicit for 7% costs like a couple chaos.
So that was
To get
the red
mine
ones
was
I
like
was I
a
used.
couple hundred.
Was that the red one I used for that? I think
It was
for-
the blue one. Sorry. It was the blue version of the red one.
Okay,
There,
so the
grand-
blue did the
grand,
fortify. Now the red,
picker.
I'm looking for the other one.
Power
right?
charge. Yeah.
For the red, I'm looking for the power charge.
Gain a power charge every 15 seconds. Keep in mind, though, we will need to get on the tree. You'll need to get 100% increased charge duration from a charge mastery, but with the extra fortify nodes, we'll be able to pick up the charge mastery near the bottom and be able to get that pretty easily.
Oh, there's it rolled a crit multiplier, 20% crit mult. But power charge is probably. Oh, there's gain endurance charge every 15 seconds.
Yeah, you need it to be power charges, though, sadly. And if you run out, you can buy some more of
Oh,
these.
there it is. Gain a power charge. All right, so I can
Perfect,
give
there
the.
you go.
Okay, so that's that. And so now I'll have to get. Where the heck do you get the power? Where do you get the duration?
We get it from a power charge or from a charge mastery.
Oh,
so
wow,
on
yeah.
the tree,
I see it. I'm
There-
right there at the bottom.
exactly. 100%
Oh,
increased
wow.
charge duration with the mastery. So what I would do, because you're sustaining frenzy charges with frenzy, the ability, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We're eventually going to drop that as well, because there's an easier way to get frenzy charges.
Oh, from Blood Rage, you mean?
No, actually from the mark masteries. So we're going to add a mark into your build at some point. Which
Oh,
is probably
okay.
Is that also something you haven't heard of?
I know what marks are. Yeah, it's like a curse.
Okay.
They used to be curses, and then they changed them. You know, back when I used to play, they were all
Exactly.
curses.
So because you're an attack build, you can use mark on hit. So you need 2 gem links for mark on hit and then your curse. And the best one for you would probably be Assassin's Mark. Assassin's Mark gives you more crit chance and more crit multi against a target that's marked. It also gives you life and mana if you kill them, and it guarantees a power charge if you kill them.
Oh wow, yeah.
And this automatically procs whenever you hit a rare. So you don't have to worry about it. It's automatic.
Oh, how does that? Okay, so what's
Just
the next?
by the mark on hit support gem. So the mark on hit support gem basically says supported marks will apply on hit.
Oh, wow.
Against a rare or unique enemy.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
Is
and
this
then
good?
up on the left hand side of the tree by that claw mastery, there's a marked mastery as well that says increase damage with hits and ailments against marked enemy. There's mark the prey, which gives marked enemy takes 10% increased damage. And then you get the Mark Mastery, which is 10% chance to gain
Oh,
a
yeah, we're
Frenzy
right
Charge
there.
when you hit your marked enemy. So, you start hitting a rare,
Oh, it
you
takes
have a 10%
increased
chance to gain
damage.
Frenzy Charges. All of a sudden, you don't have to use Frenzy on rares anymore, and you can just attack them, and you'll self-sustain your power and Frenzy Charges.
Oh yeah, then yeah, because that blood rage gets annoying.
Yeah.
Okay, so what recommend?
So for right now, let's drop those Fortify nodes and gain all the points.
Oh, God.
That's the Mark Mastery that you're looking at. I think it's a little delayed on your stream for what I can see, but that's the one. So you need 4 points for that mastery.
And I need to use some regrets here.
Oh, let me know if you need
I
any
got
regrets.
plenty, thank you.
Okay, regrets used to be so scarce, and I
Yes.
feel like now I'm swimming in them. Although I started this league by farming heist.
Oh really?
Yeah, and I made so much ridiculous amount of currency, like extra currency, other than divines and chaos from it, that I'm sitting on quite literally thousands of like everything.
Oh my
Like
gosh.
thousands of transmutations, thousands of jewelers orbs. Like I have 3,000 jewelers orbs right now. So all of those currencies, like if you need anything, just let me know. I'm not going to use them. They're just gonna sit.
We're gonna stack up.
Yeah.
All right. So I unspec those fortify. So are we gonna go into the? I wonder if I should do endurance. Should I do the endurance charge or should I do the frenzy charges?
How are you sustaining endurance charges currently?
Right now it's just.
Enduring Cry.
Yes. Oh, somebody's gonna buy all my unique rings for 3 chaos. Hold on, I gotta do this.
Perfect. But yes, I think that's the right path, is to go the endurance charge ones. Or you could go the frenzy charge ones and gain that movement speed, attack speed, and evasion rating per frenzy charge. So you get scaling per the frenzy charges.
Okay. Get rings here.
Yeah, you go for it. I'm going to use the washroom.
Okay, cool. Oh, 1. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I found 6. 6. Well, we did the Eldritch implicate. Caleb. Massive spawn. Frenzy. Then if I get that, I could get another jewel. Adds a implicate modifier. Lesser sparing. Oh. Body armor, boots, gloves. How do I even know what modifiers I can get from the lesser soldiers? Can that work on this? Do it on a body armor, belts, gloves, or physical damage taken is cold. Taken as lightning.
Alrighty, hello.
Oh, hey, what's going on?
Also, I realized I never even introduced myself. I'm Colton, by the way.
Okay, I'm Pete.
Yeah, go by Large in the gaming sphere.
Okay.
But yeah, I figured as much from the yeah, Pete. I was like, oh yeah, I wonder. If
Yeah.
Sweet. Your trade went good.
Yes, yes, he wanted all the rings, so I gave them to him.
Awesome. Is he going for a lore weave?
Probably, yeah. I've had a couple
Yeah.
people buy all my rings doing that. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I, there's just so
Okay,
much they added. All right.
So, I have a really good item that was just sitting in my stash. It's a cluster jewel. It's not very expensive, I don't think. I think it's like 20 chaos or so.
Would we do that before we
Yeah,
get the endurance charge duration thing?
Yeah, we'll get the endurance charge because we're gonna need at least 5. No, we're gonna need at least 8 points for this one, for this cluster jewel.
Okay, yeah.
But this is what it does. So it has this is a 8 passive cluster jewel. So the cluster jewels, the large ones. Are you familiar with cluster jewels at all?
I've never used one, but I think I know that they go in that sockets like on the outer edge. It looks like.
Yes, they do. And you have easy access to one near the bottom, on the bottom
I
left.
do,
There.
but the only thing is those 3 points. It just damage with ailments there. It's like I.
So maybe we could put it on the one on the left-hand side of the tree for. Or I guess you wouldn't be there. That's okay. Don't worry about those 3 points. We're gonna get so much power out of the cluster jewel that it won't even matter.
Okay.
Because the advantage of the cluster jewel here is that you also get 2 jewel sockets.
Okay.
And 2 jewel sockets is massive. Absolutely massive. The reason why I also wanted to see if we could find a way to get you stun immunity is because that jewel socket to use for the what is it called, blood notch?
Yeah.
Or the immutable force or whatever it's called, the one for stun and block recovery. If you can get stun immunity elsewhere, that gains you a free jewel slot that we could replace that with like for example a green nightmare.
Yeah.
Drop lucky spell suppression, maybe drop spell suppression off of a piece of gear as well, and then gain another suffix somewhere to put on like an attribute you need or resistances you need or just more damage, for example.
Yeah.
But right now, just leave it like that with the immutable force. That's fine.
Yeah, because if I avoid damage, then I don't. Because blocking, that does that interrupt my attack, right? Just
It does.
blocking. Yeah. So that's where I'm getting.
Yeah,
That would be
and
nice
so-
to have that evasion.
And also, so the thing to remember too is blocking works really well with evasion because blocking counts as a hit. So blocking an attack will reset your evasion entropy counter.
Really, I did not know that.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, because you end up getting hit by it, but you do not take any on-hit effects and you do not take any damage.
Oh.
You basically take a hit at full damage that's multiplied by 0.
Wow.
With the block, yeah. So, other ways to scale your damage, for example, would be to scale the number of frenzy charges, which we can easily access down there, as well as on the right side. We can gain another +2 frenzy charges for a total of 5, because each frenzy charge is 4% more damage at 4% more attack speed.
Now now that works for the frenzy charges more damage. Are they all in their? Is every frenzy charge in its own damage block, or is it four?
Well, each frenzy charge notable, like there's one there beside the jewel socket in the bottom middle.
Yes.
The +1 max frenzy charge. It just gets added to a total, and instead of reaching 3, you'd then be able to reach 4.
Okay.
And then each one of them gives you the respective increases per frenzy charge that you have on the tree. So for example, if we go down and get those frenzy charge nodes in order to get the charge mastery, and then gain the +1 frenzy charge right above it, you'd be able to have 4 frenzy charges that then also have those increased evasion rating and the increased attack speed that you get from the mods, the notifiers there. So by increasing the number of frenzy charges, you increase the effectiveness of those notables that give you scaling for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the more charges you have, the more mileage you get out of stuff like this belt that gives you increased elemental damage with attack skills per power charge.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's to say, there's also some of the attack nodes that we might be able to drop to gain a few extra points that I was looking at your tree. Let me just find that here.
Go to the Path of Builder here. Yeah, maybe we
Okay,
should
so-
mess with this so I kind of know what we're going with
Yeah.
before I change too much stuff. I don't.
Yeah. So the first things first, I guess. Did you drop those fortify notes?
Yes.
Okay. So how many points do you have? You have 5 points. Right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Let's grab those frenzy charge nodes down at the bottom. You should be able to go 1 dexterity, 2, 3, 4, 5 to get disciple of the slaughter.
Okay.
Kate, we need to get one more node for the passive, for that mastery.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be worthwhile to drop the banner setup.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking I would
Yeah,
need
so-
to drop that.
It's an extra 4 points you can grab, and you can use the socket pressure that you just gained from dropping the banner to fit in mark on hit, which is going to give you way more damage.
Okay, where am I going now? I'm sorry.
Just removing the defined banners. And then we need to pick up the charge mastery for 100% increased charge duration. Ooh, 5 chaos sale.
See if he comes. Oh, no, yeah, just a faster.
Perfect.
Oh, I almost clicked apply accept.
I think your character's actually tankier than mine is.
Okay, where am I going? I'm sorry.
Okay, so we need to pick up that charge mastery at the bottom near the frenzy charges for the 100% increased charge duration.
All right,
Okay.
got it.
And then with the other extra skills we have, let's take 2 points to grab the +1 maximum frenzy charges there.
Here.
Yep. Oh, you need to remove the banner ones, I think, again. I think you remove the banner mastery, but not the nodes.
Yeah, it feels weird when I'm doing that. I have a... Go, and should I get that jewel socket there too, or?
Yeah, it's a free point for a jewel socket for sure. Jewels are really, really good. So like jewel that would be super good for you would be something like crit multi and crit multi. You can get 2 different types of crit multi, as well as then like attack speed while dual wielding, or something. Let me see here. If I have one that actually would work for you.
I might have something somewhere. I've been saving jewels to craft,
Nice.
but
Okay, I have one for you. I was gonna sell it for 10 chaos, and no one has bought it in like several weeks. But this jewel, for example, attack damage while dual wielding, attack speed while dual wielding, and global crit strike multi. That is a perfect jewel for you. And it says 20 chaos, but no one bought mine at 10, so I don't think so.
thank you. So you corrupted that, but was it a failed corrupt or?
That one was a failed corrupt, yeah. Yeah, I tried to get a really good, because I was going to use that one for myself, because I'm dual wielding. I was going for a corrupted implicit on it, and I did not hit.
We'll just hit that there for now. Yeah, I can probably get a attack speed while dual wielding, crit multiplier, attack damage. Oh yeah, 9 speed.
Yeah, that's just a really good jewel for you. If you can slot that in the jewel slot we just picked up.
Yes, that's what I
It's
did.
perfect.
Awesome.
Yeah. Huge. And then in one of the cluster jewels or one of the jewel sockets for the cluster jewel that we're going to put in, we'll get a Watcher's Eye. That's going to be a little bit expensive. So the Watcher's Eye is an item in the game that drops exclusively from the Searing Exarch. Okay? It is potentially, for certain builds, the most important item in the build. This is mine. It's purple and glowy.
Okay, yeah.
This is a foil one, so this one dropped as a Voidborn Reliquary key, which is the only other place that it can drop, I guess. But this one gives me plus 7% chance to evade attack hits while affected by Grace, and then percent damage taken by Clarity recouped as mana. It's not a perfect one by any means, but just that 7% chance to evade attack hits makes it worth 50 chaos.
Wow. So
Adding in the
that's
damage
stat.
taken while affected by Clarity makes it 4 divine. And this is a 2 mod one. You can get 3 mod Watcher's Eyes with an additional modifier. And you can get ones, for example, that have 3 different modifiers for the Hatred aura, and it's going to be a mirror. A mirror of Calandra for that jewel. So
Wow.
Watcher's Eyes can get crazy expensive, but something like this, for you, for example, 40 chaos for a 7% chance to evade, that's an additive an additive thing that happens afterwards. So like that, you take your evasion rating, whatever you could evade at that, and then you add 7 to it. So that takes me from 88% to 95.
Okay.
And you're gonna be very hard pressed to hit the cap without that. But it also gives you increased maximum energy shield, increased maximum life, and increased maximum mana.
Okay.
But we need to add in Grace into the build in order for you to.
Oh,
to
yeah,
use
and that might be a problem because I have so little. I like the well, I'm using haste. And then I'm using. I guess we would have to eliminate one of my auras to even have enough to use.
Well, we did gain, so on that amulet that you just got, it has 10% increased maximum mana reservation efficiency of skills.
Well,
That applies
it's
globally to all your auras, though.
Okay.
Or sorry, 8%. Yeah.
8%. Yeah.
8% means that your aura for that would normally take 50% only takes 46.3. There's other ways that you can do things, like for example, if we want to get essentially a free aura, if you only want to reserve mana with one aura, you can use an Eternal Blessing support to get the aura for free. Or you can use certain items like a small cluster jewel with a certain passive that gives you increased reservation efficiency of that particular aura. So I think it's called Sublime Form is the mod that you need on a small cluster jewel with reservation efficiency, but it makes it so that Grace costs 50% less. So it's 3 passive points to fit that in. Oh, and I have one. This.
Okay, hold that.
So, see where it says Grace has 50% increased mana reservation efficiency? You can put a small cluster jewel in a large cluster jewel.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What's added one passive skill is Sublime Form. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so
I
that's a
don't
notable that you can only get in this small cluster jewel or in a Megalomaniac, which is a unique medium cluster jewel. You can't find that on the tree. But once you allocate it, it means that Grace takes 50% less mana. So it takes 25% mana reservation instead. But that's also additive to your 8% you're getting from your amulet.
Oh wow. So it's 50% less? So it'd be
Yeah.
25%. I'd have to figure out how to get
It's not exactly, because the calculation works a little bit different, but it all adds together, and as long as you have enough mana to use your abilities and to cast your skills, and as long as you have enough mana sustain to then keep your mana up, then you're good. And I think what would be the best for you if you want to keep the tincture is to just mostly only use your tincture when you are like bossing. Like just to burst down the boss and to kill the boss immediately, to pop your tincture, or to pop your tincture in a group when you have like gain mana on kill or anything like that. Okay, a guy just traded me this brutal restraint. That it was a very weird trade. He came in and he said he wanted to buy this ring for 1 divine, and then he said, I only have a 4 divine jewel. I was like, I don't have the currency to give you change for that. So I ended up giving him 160 chaos, the 1 divine ring, a jewel, and some runes from like the runesmithing stuff, and he gave me a 5 divine jewel in return. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna sell it, like unless it works better for me in my build than my current one, but I don't know. What does it even give? It gives damage with poison, duration of elemental ailments, crit chance, dexterity, movement speed, damage with poison. Okay, so it's a really good damage with poison jewel. That's actually funny though. So that brutal restraint that gives me the trader, he did trade me another one of those, and that's what this is. It has a different number though, so the modifiers that it gives on my tree are different, but it makes the keystone be the trader stone.
Okay. Interesting, yeah. 42, 49. So that's the number of whatever skill it gives you?
Yeah. So that's just like a random number that gets tossed into some generator that corresponds to a specific set of where the notables are, like what you get as the passive for it. I don't know how to explain it other than like just showing you in here.
42, 49.
Yeah. This will help a lot if you want to check out my stream and Discord.
Okay. There. Let me
Okay.
full size it. Oh god, I can't. Wait, yes I can. Green. Okay, here we go.
Okay. So, this is the jewel here, this brutal restraint 4249, and this is the one that I currently have, the 1126.
Okay.
So how this works, if I take it out of the tree, is this just looks normal. It's just flask charges, whatever. This is normally perfect agony and everything, but it has all of the notes still. Like, you still have to path to the notes. I then take my 1126, socket it in this jewel, and now everything inside this ring is modified a little bit. And you can tell what's modified by there's a line in between the modifiers. Whatever's at the bottom is what's given by the jewel. So each individual dexterity node gets another +2 dexterity because of the jewel. As well as this one gets 4 dexterity. 4 dexterity. This one gets 5% increased dexterity, which is huge for me.
Okay.
So this jewel is like a best in slot for me. Because it gives me % increased evasion rating, % increased dexterity, and flat dexterity. So this is crazy huge for me. This alone gives me like let's see, I have 1395, 1251.
Okay. So
So
how do
just
you
that jewel
know
alone?
before you even buy that jewel or find it that it does that? How do you find that out? What it
There's a
does?
website.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Timeless Jewel Calculator GitHub, I think is what
Oh
it's
my
called.
gosh.
There's also a Timeless Jewel Calculator in Path of Building, though.
Okay.
And so, like, what you need to know about the Timeless Jewels is that any Brutal Restraint will work for you to give you the Trader Keystone. It's just the extra bonuses that you have to calculate, what you want to find. If I swap this out for the 42941, though, nothing changes with the Trader or anything, but the modifiers get changed. So now these give 20% increased damage with poison instead of 20 dexterity and 5% increased dexterity. This one gives 10% increased duration of elemental ailments instead of 20% evasion rating. So that corresponds to that number. You can change your keystones into other keystones, though. Like, Trader's not the only one. But it is really, really useful to use one of these jewels in your build. Because you can only have anything that says limit of 1 is typically you want to have one of it.
Okay, yeah.
Anyways, yeah, so that's how timeless jewels work. Does that kind of make sense?
Yes, yeah. So I'll have to
Sweet.
get into that later.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just basing my build off stuff that I can see from the tree, and I didn't even know about these Eldritch Ember. Like, should I put like the helm, the Eldritch Ember in my helm?
100%. Do it. Yeah.
And I'm
you
wondering
totally
what I
can,
should
and you can gain. I don't
look
know.
for in those. Where should I go? Go to
Are
look
you
for
familiar
that?
with the website Craft of Exile?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. What I typically do with it is I just go and I'll create a new item in the emulator for whatever base I'm using. So for UB Dexterity, and it's a Sinner Tricorn complete. And then I would just look at the implicits and see which ones I would want. So for Searing, you can get increased area of effect, damage per power charge, curse effect, spell crit. What else can you get? Reduced mana cost of attacks, for example. Damage recouped is life, which is useful.
Here's implicates. Okay, Eater of Worlds implicates. Is that what we're talking about here?
Eater and Searing, yeah. Eater are the
Okay.
blue ones, and Searing is the red ones. You could
Okay.
get percent increased attack damage straight up from Eater, or you could get mana reservation efficiency of skills.
Oh, that might be good.
That might be really good. Just for in terms of, this is a helm that I made for a different character earlier this week. I was using this on this same character, but a different build on this character actually.
Oh, damage per
but
power
what you
charge.
Yeah, so what you could do is you could get the Eater of Worlds implicit to be that reservation efficiency, but notice it has reservation efficiency as a mod. So you could potentially get like 20% reservation efficiency from an implicit and one suffix on a helmet.
But that would only be. Wait, how did you get that? That mana?
That was with an essence. So I crafted this as I bought the fractured base, and then I crafted essence on it until I was happy with it. And then I think I slammed it with an exalt as well. Or something
Okay.
along those lines. Actually, I think with this one I didn't slam it because I think I naturally rolled this roll, which was pretty good. I was happy with it. And then just finding the implicits. The implicits have tiers as well, of course. And typically they increase by tier, but some of them do not. So for the gloves, for example, non-Val strike skills strike additional targets. It's one additional target until you get to the second last tier, which to get to the second last tier, you have to elevate it, and that costs a lot of currency. So don't worry too much about certain things like that because you're using Admiral's Arrogance anyways. But just certain things may be the same for the tier that you're using, and certain things might be different for the tier that you're using. I would just check on Craft of Exile.
There's fire damage taken recoupled as life. No.
Fire damage recouped his life is okay. I think the best one for the Searing for you would be just increased area of effect or damage per power charge. Either one of those is gonna be pretty good. If you somehow find a way to add increased elemental weakness in, like if we could get you a ring that had fractured elemental weakness on hit and then craft that would be huge. Because then that would gain you free elemental weakness for every hit. And then you could do that percent increased elemental weakness curse effect. So that would be fun. We could do that. I think we should actually craft the boots since that's what I was gonna focus on. Like half an hour ago. I keep getting sidetracked. There's too many things to get excited about.
It's a lot to wrap my head around. Okay, so I had mana cost of attacks. Let me just try to get this helmet. So good on this helmet. Move to the boots. I wonder if we can here's what if we could get 2 boots, and I could put, like, since I have all those Quicksilver flasks, put a 35% move speed on it, and then maybe try to replace the move speed to recombine. If I get that move speed only that mod on one. On a
Yeah.
magic.
Well, I guess it depends. Do you want to do a recombine craft right now? Because that'll be a very different method than the crafting method I was going to use to help you with your boots.
Maybe I think the recombine might be cheaper.
Maybe, although I think you'd be surprised at how cheap a good pair of boots are.
I might be because for me it seems like it's hard to do, but let me try to figure out these implicates on this. All right, searing touch implicate. I want increased area of effect.
Yep,
Fast
that's the one.
speed. Oh, I right now I have out damage per power charge. What do you think would be better? Because it's not much damage since I already have so much increased damage already. I would think it feels like it wouldn't be much.
It's only going to be 12% increased damage, which won't be very much, yeah. But keep in mind that does scale all 3 types of damage that you do, which is important. It's really, really important for your build that you do not have any sources of generic percent increased cold, fire, or lightning. You want all of it to be percent elemental.
Yeah.
And that's why that cluster jewel that I have is going to be so good for you, is because it's generic elemental damage on all 3 of the modifiers. So that'll affect all 3 of them. Because you want, like, your lightning hit may be the highest damage.
Yeah.
Because it has the highest damage potential. But you want your cold damage to be high enough that if you crit with cold, it's going to freeze everything. So you want to scale all 3 of them as high as you can.
Reduced mana cost of attacks.
He's finally getting up?
Yeah.
What a rat.
She's snoring this whole time. I'm reading my book and she's snoring.
And
this whole book.
Well,
Yes.
good morning.
Well, hi.
My dog just got out of bed.
oh. Wow.
Good morning, Stella. It's 9:30 in the morning here. She's the last one to get out of bed.
Gotta find
Okay.
that.
Enjoy.
Climbability. Alright, I got reduced mana cost of attacks. That was the best thing I could find, I think, for that.
Okay.
That might work for now.
Yep.
And then
Yeah, I think either mana cost or AoE, I think, was best in slot for that one. There really wasn't a lot to choose from. It was more the eater ones that there was a lot more to choose from.
Okay, so I'm doing those now.
Okay.
Lesser Eldritch.
Yeah. And you want percent increased attack damage, I think would be the best. Percent increased effective non-damaging ailments would also be good because that's going to give you more shock effect.
Mana regen per power charge. No, that's
Mana reservation
nothing.
efficiency is okay.
Effect of non-damaging ailments.
That works because it increases shock effect.
Yeah.
I think the percent increased attack damage one might be the best.
I'm gonna keep rolling. Yeah. Going.
And if you get mana reservation efficiency, that would also be a good one to stop on.
Restoration of ailments. Penetration, freeze, penetration. How about physical damage taken as chaos damage? Or is that not?
That one's not as good for you since you're not chaos inoculated.
Oh, okay. Damage penetration. And all the same stuff. Mana reservation efficiency. Okay, 7%. I think
There you
we'll
go.
go with that.
Okay, perfect. Sweet. So now the implicits are done on the helm,
Okay.
which is great. Did you add implicits to your boots as well?
I
no,
did-
we haven't crafted the
I
boots
did
yet,
not,
right?
yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, we will craft the boots now. So typically the best way to craft boots is to buy a fractured pair that has fractured movement speed and then just craft everything else onto it. Because in my opinion, at least for these characters that are like attack based, movement speed is the most important thing. A 35% fractured movement speed base right now on a pure evasion rating is 75 chaos for not a very good one.
Okay.
But if you go for a tier 2 and you just go for 30%
30?
movement speed, You can probably get one, like a base with high evasion rating for less than 10 chaos.
Okay.
So 30% evasion rating, or 30% movement speed, fractured. There's a hybrid armor evasion rating one for 1 chaos.
Probably go with pure evasion, wouldn't we?
Yes. Yeah. So I'll find a good one here.
Yeah, I'll give you the
And,
chaos too, because I have chaos. Got 106. So.
Okay.
Have you done streams and stuff before?
I have not.
Oh,
No.
okay. Your voice sounds familiar, but I guess a lot of people have the same voices, though. That's
Uh-huh.
not...
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Yeah. No, I had an ex-girlfriend in the past who used to stream. Maybe if you watched Destiny streams the last couple years, maybe you've heard my voice. But other than that, no.
Okay.
I've thought about it, and I think it's interesting. But too much work for me.
It is a lot of work. It is.
I feel like I would just be. I don't have enough. I wouldn't have enough persistence with it to like really keep going with it. I feel like I would be really motivated for the first bit, and then I would just be like, "Okay, I'm not getting anywhere. I'm just gonna play the game instead of trying to stream the game."
Yeah.
Okay, 5 chaos. Found your boots.
It's only 5? Wow, that's
Yep.
cheap.
And I got them.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you, man. Like, you can find stuff if you know how to look, I guess, for the bases of the items. You can make really good items for pretty cheap.
Okay. I'm interested in you showing me how to make this. I'm gonna record this because I might make a separate video on this. you
Oh,
might
for
be
the boots?
featured. Yeah. Because
Oh,
I haven't
well,
really.
I'm by no means an expert, so I hope not.
Okay. Well, you seem like it, so.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I just... So, for to give you context, I've got about 1,000 hours. I've played, I think, 6 or 7 leagues.
Okay.
But I just started getting into, like, crafting and really understanding crafting in the past 2 leagues.
Okay.
Before that, I still made my own builds and everything, but I used got a lot of help from my brother, who's got 4,000 hours in the game and
Oh,
stuff like
wow.
that.
Okay.
My first character was an Unleash spell cascade Firestorm of Meteors build, where I would cast down 30 meteors and get overlap.
Oh, wow. Sounds
Yeah,
fun.
using the Annihilating Light, which is a staff that makes it so you have 60% less resistances, but you do triple damage.
Oh, wow.
That was a pretty fun build. I think that build was around 21-ish million DPS.
Holy cow. Wow.
Yeah, which was really fun, and it was all instant DPS too, so you would just one-shot, like, map bosses and stuff. It was pretty sweet. Then I've got a Frostblade Slayer that I made, where I scaled it with Abyss Jewels, using the Shroud of the Lightless, and those things to get a bunch of pen and a bunch of flat damage, which I scaled with Hatred. So that was really cool. That one had, I think it was around like 28 million DPS or so.
Holy cow.
That character was extremely good. Like, that character could kill Ubers and shit, and it was really, really strong, but it was kind of boring because it was just a generic, like, attack damage with a really good weapon. That was in Necropolis League as well, so I crafted the most bonkers sword for it that was, like, triple fractured, dual influenced, something garbage that will never be remade or reintroduced into the game. It was crazy. I'm sure it's worth so much money on standard now, but it was like very easy to craft those items in Necropolis League with the grave crafting.
Yeah, it felt like I wish they kind of kept that because that's like the first league I started in after I played this game way back in the beta and I played it for like 2 years after, but they didn't have any of this super complex mechanics.
No, it was a lot
back then.
smaller back then. The first league that I played was the one right before Incursion. So Incursion was when Alva temples were introduced and stuff. I think that was like 2015, I want to say.
Okay.
Maybe 2014. I don't know, because I think the game came out in 2013, right?
No, I
something
played it
around
back
those.
in like, I don't know. I was playing this game in
2011 or
2011.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was open beta, yeah. So I think 2013 was when I first started playing. or 2015, whenever Incursion League was. But in anyways, like I didn't really know how to craft any of my gear then, and I bought all of it. The first league that I started playing again when I started playing this game again, because I did take a few years off, was Affliction League, and Affliction League just printed currency. That was so gnarly. I made so much money. I farmed a Mage Blood. That's
nice.
That Firestorm Meteors character had a Mage Blood as well, so that was pretty crazy. It had some very expensive gear. I got a shiny Annihilating Light as well that I like divined to perfection and used it because it was shiny. It was like that was just a fun league because you could go into a map and pull like 15 divines out of it.
Oh wow.
Just because of the league mechanic was so unbelievably rewarding. A Mage Blood in that season when I bought mine for 136 divines.
Oh my gosh.
They're like 300 now. So that gives you context as for how much more expensive it is nowadays. Yeah, this league we're a lot poorer. Okay, so let's here I will stream this to you. So I've got the boots here.
Oh, hold on. I'm going. Getting on there. I got you on. Got nothing. I can't see anything.
Your stream is still running. Is that working?
Not yet. I do have essences. I have a bunch, actually. I haven't used any of mine, and I've been pretty much farming that the whole time.
Hell yeah, that's good. And so you your essences are all like are they deafening essences? 'Cause you only wanna
Looks
use
like they're all
the highest one.
screaming, so I can
Okay.
just I need to I guess up them, I guess. I have one deafening.
Does my stream work now, by the way?
Let me go back and check. Not seeing it, but maybe I need to press something. Let's watch. Oh, it's working now. Yeah.
Awesome.
I
There we
think
go.
yes.
Okay, so now you can see the boots that I just bought. So these are shagreen boots. They are not the highest tier that you can get of these boots. You can get an evasion rating base. Let me see here. So shagreen are they're the level 55 base. And they have 269 max evasion rating. We could go with the Velour boots, which have 495 max evasion rating. However, the price increases very, very significantly to go up in bases as you go. This was only 5 chaos. To get the Velour boots, I'll just see if I can even find some, just for how expensive they are. Velour boots, search. If I can even find one with fractured movement speed. Oh boy. There we go. The cheapest velour boots with fractured movement speed at 30% movement speed are 110 chaos.
Oh wow.
So to go from the pair that we have right now to the most expensive pair was 10 chaos to 110 chaos. So
Wow.
save a lot of money just by crafting on a lower base, but keep
Yes.
in mind that the evasion rating is quite a bit lower. Since it's an item level 85, that's good enough to roll all the tiers of modifiers that we want to roll. And I guess the next step is to find out what we need on the boots. So we could take off the boots on your build and not really have any issues in terms of resistances or anything like that. So what we want on the boots is we want a lot of evasion rating and we want some life. Which kind of sucks because basically we're going to shoot for tier 1 evasion rating and tier 1 life. And then get the suffixes afterwards.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Would we be able to? Oh, you already rolled those. I was gonna say because those boots had evasion. Oh, I lost the.
Oh, sorry.
Something. I must have clicked something. I was wondering if we can if I can roll like another boot that's got T1 life with an alt and just recombine it with that. Would we lose that fractured mod?
No. Maybe.
Oh, we might. Yeah, we probably would.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I think Yeah, I think it's just the regular percent chance, but I think I could brick it and remove the fractured
Okay.
mod. The reason why, I mean, buying these boots with the fractured mod, I'm gonna do just a regular
Okay.
craft on it, not
Okay.
recombine.
That makes sense.
Yeah, but the most important things for you for defenses on these boots are life and flat evasion rating,
Yes.
because they already have the 30% movement speed, which is great. So there's a couple different ways that you can do this. One way is you can use what are called dense fossils in primitive resonators. These are delve currencies. So the dense fossils are these little fossils. They make it so that you can't roll life modifiers, but you get more defense modifiers. This means that we're not going to get life, but you'll see if I use it on here, it's going to guarantee at least one defense modifier. So we got tier 5 evasion rating, we got dexterity and cold resistance. I could then go to the crafting bench, slap on crafted life onto this, and boom, we have something that gives you 239 evasion rating, 44 cold resistance, 66 maximum life.
Oh, how did you get that cold on? Was that cold already on there? How'd you get that cold?
That just rolled. That just rolled with the delve currency. This is settling the bars on the floor for these because it's like tier 5 evasion rating and crafted life. But what we can do, if we look in here, essences, evasion. Here we go.
Oh,
Other
okay.
armor. 121 to 135 to evasion rating gives flat evasion rating, so we can guarantee evasion rating flat by using this. I just want to see what these boots.
But it would remove all the stuff that you just did with it, though. Right now, though, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would recraft everything except for the fractured one,
Yeah.
which is okay. We can get those again. We don't need to worry about rolling over stuff. So the flat evasion rating that you can get at tier 1 is between 121 to 150. So it's actually about the same as this essence. The top end of the tier 1 roll is a little bit higher, but this one starts at higher than the tier 2. So it's guaranteeing a tier 1 flat evasion rating roll by using these essences. So that's what we're going to do, because then we're guaranteed on these boots to have 30% movement speed and flat evasion rating. So all we need to do is slam these deafening essences of doubt until we hit T1 life, and then we'll work on the suffixes after that. So, hit it.
Oh,
So we got tier 1 evasion rating. So these have 634 evasion rating. These are gnarly. How many boots have 700 evasion rating?
yeah.
Right? So that's pretty good. You can get more than this by not having the movement speed prefix and getting a hybrid. So a hybrid flat and percent. So this is good, but it's not what we're looking for. We're looking for T1 life as the other prefix, and we're looking for just whatever we get for suffixes. So we got 13% chance to suppress spell damage, another T1 suffix.
Oh, wow.
Rarity. If you liked this one, we could go craft.
Add the life on there.
What do we want for suffixes? Maybe like all attributes or something?
Probably don't need all attributes. Would we craft? Oh, does it already have? We could probably just put life on there.
So craft life, and then so because these are boots, they can be applied with the Eldritch Ichors and the Eldritch Embers.
Okay.
And there's some unique currencies called Eldritch currencies. They're Eldritch Exalted Orb, Annuls, and Chaos. These are interesting currencies because they do specific things depending on whether or not the Eater or the Searing Exarch implicit is stronger. And the
gosh.
strength of it goes by the less or the more. So if I wanted to, for example on this, if I wanted to add a prefix or add a suffix, I could add a suffix to this item with an Exalted Orb, or I could guarantee a suffix to add it if I used these implicits. So I could use a greater Eldritch Ember and a lesser Eldritch Ichor to make Searing dominant, in which case it would add a prefix.
But how do you know what prefix you would add? It would just be
It's random.
Oh my gosh.
It's random, and you can do stuff like, so what you can do if you have other prefixes, if we had an open prefix right now, for example, we could craft on life to guarantee that it wouldn't roll another life modifier. So you can block certain modifiers from rolling with that.
Oh.
Yeah. So this has an increased rarity of items. We can slam it with an Exalt to just see what we would get with that.
It just sounds
So-
expensive.
I hit it, and we got
Dexterity.
tier 4 dexterity.
So
So
would-
there you go. These boots are usable for you. They don't have cold resistance, however, and the life roll is not great on them. So what I'll do is we'll just roll this till it's 70.
Oh, 69 was good. Oh, there was 70.
There we got it. Okay, and then what we'll do is we will take currency them up because it's a 20% more multiplier. So now we have 20% currency, or sorry, 20% quality. And then the last step is these Searing and Elder modifiers. The implicits, let's look at what we can get here. We can get percent. Where is it? You can get increased action speed. Action speed is absolutely insane because it multiplies everything. And you can get 4% increased action speed, which is just a 4% more multiplier on every action that you do. It's really good. 4% more attack speed, 4% more movement speed, 4% more cast speed, 4% more everything. Cooldown recovery rate. It's really, really strong. Action speed is super, super good, so that's what we're going to look for the Searing one. For the Eater of Worlds implicits, let's look at what we can get. We can get increased elusive effect. That might be really good for you since we're using elusive effect. And let's see, what else do we got here? We got cooldown recovery rate. We got increased armor. That's not really useful. So I think probably increased elusive effect is probably the best one for us for the boots. So let's go for it. Let's try to see if we can get that. Ignites, poisons. There's health regen per endurance charge as well. That might be good. Damage for endurance charge. So I'm just going to keep going here until I hit that action speed.
Oh,
There we
there
go.
it is.
So now we go Embers, or Icarus, sorry. And 7% increased life regeneration rate is also pretty good because you
Okay.
do have life regeneration. That's a multiplier that multiplies your life regeneration. So that's pretty good, but we'll roll over it because we want to get that.
Oh, the Warcry speed wouldn't be bad either.
Yeah, and if you're using something like Ancestral Cry, for example, if you're going to use Warcries, which is probably a smart idea with an attack build, you can get some extra Warcry speed, or you can get Warcry buff effect from these ones. So increase Rallying Cry buff effect, for example. Oh, am I out? Oops.
Oh, how did the heck did you do that? What is that? What just happened right there?
Are you talking about this guy?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the currency exchange. It's one of the new things they added in this seasonal mechanic. This is how I've been buying all the currency this morning. Definitely invite this guy to your hideout. You can trade any item for any other item that someone has for sale. So basically how this works is if someone sells, like let's say I want to buy, or I want to sell my stack decks, for example. I want to sell 20 of them for Chaos. I can go currency exchange, and I can click I have stack decks. I type in that I have 20 of them, and I want Chaos for them. I can sell them for 29 Chaos. Place order,
Oh.
they disappear, boom, 29 Chaos.
Oh, you can sell the stacked decks? Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. I think it's better to save up for a Divine, because you can sell about 90 of them per Divine.
Oh man.
But that just shows you that you can easily like sell stuff to make currency. You can sell essences this way. You can sell these currency. You can sell scarabs this way.
Oh man,
some of
yeah, I
these
need to
scarabs
do
are
that
worth a
with
lot
my
of money.
essences because I have a ton.
Yeah. So some of them, like this one for example, is worth 14 chaos each. But
Oh.
the rare scarabs are ones that are really useful later on in strategies to make you money, to actually run content. Yeah. So in any case, we have life regeneration rate. Do you want to settle for a life regenerate, or do you
I
want to
think
go
we'll
for
just
something
settle
different?
because I think that's good enough.
Okay, sounds good. So these boots are done then. And the last step is just the fusings or whatever. So how many sockets?
Oh yeah, because I don't know what we were gonna put in there because we're replacing my cast when damage taken setup, right?
Okay, so we're gonna need 1 blue and 1 green for mark on hit, and then you're gonna have 2 extra slots for something else.
Okay.
Mark on hit's super useful, and it definitely should be what you're using.
But that only
Mark on hit.
curses one monster though. But I guess I only need it against the rare mob. All the other trash
Exactly,
mobs
and that's
just
the most
die.
important one. That's the key. So I think the key with your build is you want your clear to be enough that you'll kill all the garbage mobs, but you want your single target enough that will be able to kill the big mob and everything else will die because of splash damage or whatever. So Tribal Fury plus Valve plus 1 strike covers all of your clear for you, and you can just purely focus on increasing the single target damage now because that's also going to increase the clear damage. These are crazy boots, actually. I can't believe we hit tier 1 spell suppress. They're actually quite good.
I have a question.
just gonna look
Are
up
we
how
able
much they're
to
worth.
horticraft that? Oh, I was mousing over that dex into like a resist at all, or do I just have to find the cold resist somewhere else? Which I could find it with the gem or something.
So we have a 1 in 2 chance of just YOLO annulling the dexterity off. What we could do is use a Eldritch annul to guarantee a suffix, and then it's a 1 in 3 chance. There's a 1 in 3 chance, that it will get rid of the spell suppression, though.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
No, because that spell suppression is a tier 1. That's a really
Yeah.
good roll. I just did a quick search, by the way, on using Awaken PoE Trade, and these boots are about 3 divine.
Oh
that we just
wow.
crafted.
So, how is that 3 divine? Oh man, maybe I'm throwing away gear that I think is well, I mean, probably not. I don't find stuff like that.
So it's because of the implicits, because of the movement speed, and the spell suppression, and the life, and that was it. I didn't look at anything else on it. The cheapest one for sale was 4 divine that had those modifiers. Obviously, like, you can get a lot better of it because that will include anything above that threshold as well. So, like, something that's the same boots but with higher numbers would also show up there. Maybe they're not 3 divine. Maybe you could only sell them for 1 or 2. But these are quite good. Tier 2 rarity sucks, but everything else on it's really solid.
And that's a suffix. So what if I take so we have that now. What if I have another boot that has just 1 suffix and I recombine it? That.
I mean, if you want to try, we could craft these boots again.
Oh,
with a
but it
different
does
base
have-
and then
oh.
recombine them if you want.
Oh, the suffix is spell suppression is a suffix. Yeah, because we could accidentally overwrite.
So the only things that are missing on this actually are the last 2 suffixes, which is rarity and dexterity.
Oh, so it's only got the one.
It's got 1 prefix, it's got 1 fractured prefix, and then it's got the crafted
yeah.
prefix. And then it's got those 3 suffixes, one of them being the spell suppress. I think we should settle with these boots for now, because
Yeah.
that spell suppress is huge.
Yeah, and just do a different boots later. A different.
We might even
method,
be able
maybe.
to hit your ring with quality to get increased. Hit with blessed orbs and catalysts to increase the resist you get from your 1 ring. We might be able to scale
Oh.
that high enough.
Yeah, that might work.
Yeah, here, I'll come give you these boots.
So what do you want for those boots?
They didn't actually really cost me anything.
They cost you
used
something.
I
I gotta
used
give you
4
something.
essences. I didn't have to buy any essences. I bought the base for 5 chaos.
Okay, what essence did you use again? So I can get you that at least. Okay, what was
Deafening Essence of Doubt. I only used 2 of them, and they are 1.5 chaos each. So I spent a total of, I think, 10 chaos crafting these 2 divine moons.
Okay. Are you sure it was 10 or was it more like 20? I'll just give you 20. Yes. You.
And there's the cluster jewel as well.
Oh. So we got to figure out the cluster jewel now. All right, and the
Cluster jewel is a gift. Because cluster jewels are great, and you should make it work. You can swap it out with whatever you want later if that one isn't as good. I think that one actually is quite good for your build because it has corrosive elements, which is a free way to get exposure because you do not have exposure on your gloves. So exposure is basically like an additional level of penetration.
yes. Okay.
Yeah, that reduces their resistance.
Okay,
So it
and I
actually
get
reduces
additional.
their
I get additional exposure because I'm spec'd in as like the witch in my ascendancy.
Oh yeah, so that jewel is going to be insane then. That cluster jewel for that, because it's going to give you the additional minus whatever it is.
Okay, so I have to buy the
don't know
gems
what
for
that
this.
ascendancy is, but-
I have to buy the gems for these boots. I'm looking for
Mark on
mark
hit.
on hit.
Yep. And you want a level 20 of it, if you can.
Oh, well,
The quality you can get later, but
I'll get that later. Yeah, I can level
yeah,
up.
I don't. It shouldn't be too expensive though.
And then I need assassin's mark. You said,
Yeah,
or
a level 20, 13 quality mark on hits 4 chaos.
okay. I'll get that stuff later. I just want to get it set up now, so I can't stay on much longer. I have to set up a volleyball
Okay.
net and stuff. But okay, we got mark on hit, assassin's mark, and then I have 2 other skills I can use.
Yeah. So I don't know what we want to use for those. Maybe just leave them open for now. Maybe we can add in a Warcry setup with auto exertion
The only
to
thing
get
with the
free
Warcry-
exerted attacks.
Oh, free exerted. But the only thing is, then I can't use my the enduring cry for like survivability later. Or do you recommend just kind of dropping enduring cry? Because I haven't really been using it much.
Well, we're gonna get endurance charges on kill, right? Based on, or no?
We're gonna do. I think we're gonna do getting power.
Was there any other
charge.
ways? Were there any other ways that you were generating endurance charges?
No, that is the only way. Was enduring cry. I didn't know that you could
Okay.
do it other ways.
Yeah, so you can gain them via the chest piece with that implicit, or you can gain them on the tree. There's a mod that gives you Disciple of the Unyielding. It's the endurance charge one right beside the frenzy charge one we picked up earlier. That one gives you a chance to gain an endurance charge on kill. You can gain
Oh.
a chance to gain an endurance charge on block. Somewhere down there. I can't remember.
You
where
think
that
I
one
should
is,
maybe,
but-
instead of doing the Disciple of the Slaughter, maybe I should do the Disciple of the... Well, the only thing is you don't get it versus bosses, though.
Yeah, I think for the sustain of the endurance charges you could, but you're also using frenzy, right?
I am not using Frenzy, I was using Blood Rage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, well then keep the frenzy charges down there, because that's going to sustain you for frenzy charges while you're mapping, and then the mark on hit stuff will sustain you frenzy charges when you're bossing. Power charges will be sustained automatically, so it's just figuring out how to sustain the endurance charges. I think gaining an... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. We could swap to the Disciple of the Unyielding. That'd be okay. Or we could just find another 4 passive points and just grab it as well.
Because I think during the boss fight, I think I probably don't really need the Frenzy. I think the endurance charges might be more important. I mean, maybe on high level, but like I don't need it now, but like when I'm doing like high level maps, I think that's when problems might start.
Those disciple things down there, those disciple nodes are on kill though, so they won't be effective during bosses.
Exactly,
So we already
yeah.
have the frenzy charge during bosses, and frenzy charges is sorted. It's just the endurance charges to figure out. But
So I could drop, yeah, with this skill, I could drop my Blood Rage as well, so I don't need that either.
exactly.
But the only thing is Blood Rage does grant attack speed along with those. Like a
It
free...
does. And Blood Rage is really good. Blood Rage works really well on certain things, such as low life characters, like a low life champion, I think it is. But if you can sustain, like if you were only using Blood Rage really for the frenzy charges, like frenzy charge on kill, it's much better just to get them elsewhere.
Yeah.
Because it gains increased attack speed, but like 15% increased attack speed and a bit of maximum life. Like, I don't really think it's worth it. I think maybe taking off Blood Rage
Might be better.
might be better since you have Frenzy elsewhere, and then adding in something else, such as Berserk, for example.
Oh yeah, Berserk. So
Yeah.
I've never seen that
Oh,
gem.
fair. Good day.
Yeah, and you're going to be so surprised because Berserk is going to give you so much damage. Because you have a bunch of rage, and because you can keep that rage with Admiral's Arrogance, Berserk is nuts for you.
Okay, yeah, 20% rage. And oh yeah, and I could get more I don't know if I was talking to you. I didn't tell you about that yet, but I was thinking about I kind of wanted to spec into the rage, even more rage onto the left from where I'm at on my wheel. Like right above, like that would be like 18% rage. 18 more rage from this wheel here.
What you could also do is just grab a jewel socket and then use this item. It's here. Which was... Oh, we're not in party. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't really looked
use-
very much on jewels.
So you can use this item. You could buy one of these. I think they're like 20 chaos. They're not very expensive for a Resolute Technique one. But basically what that means, if you look at my stream here,
Yeah, let me go back over. Okay.
so this is the jewel here. And it allows me to allocate any passive points next to Resolute Technique, which is way over here.
Okay, and what
So
are
it's
what
basically like an anointment, but you can select anything and you have to use a jewel slot. So I grabbed 10 maximum rage, 1 rage on melee hit, 1 rage on melee hit, and then 50% crit chance and 25% crit multi.
Oh wow.
So that coupled with this for 1 rage on hit, I have 3 rage on attack hit. And I'm also using a 23 Berserk. And then I'm also using Val Haste as well. So Val Haste with the Onslaught from my boots and Berserk makes it so that my peak damage goes crazy for a single target.
But you have to save that Veil Haste because that's like a one and done. You know, it's a one and done. You use it and that's.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, it charges up really quickly. Yeah.
But
I
on a
think
boss,
this character's... And you get charges back. Like, you get souls when you hit a rare or unique enemy.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I
Yeah,
did not
it's
know
so that you can sustain Val skills on bosses, but it's pretty slow. It's not like you're nuking an entire path or anything like that. Let me just pull up my build here.
Definitely a lot more to think about now. They just added so much to the game that it's hard to.
Oh, and every season it changes so much.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so so with my setup, I have, where's my rage? A total of 40 rage. That's my maximum.
Okay.
Because those are the only rage nodes that I have. However, I have 63 or a 59% increased effect of rage from Berserk. So it's as if I'm having 63 rage.
Okay, I could put Berserk where my Blood Rage was.
Yep. What was your maximum rage before?
Was 37. I think.
Okay. So it's going to be like 60-ish. Effectively 60 because Berserk works. Berserk will drain your rage, but because you're using those gloves, you might be able to sustain it for a really long time.
Yes.
So you'll just have to just press Berserk when it's up, when you're at full rage, and you will have a permanent increased damage buff that's way more.
Oh, what if my Berserk is connected to automation?
I wouldn't necessarily do that because you want to pop it when you want to pop it because it drains your
okay.
rage. And because you'll lose rage over time just inherently, it's better to self-cast Berserk in my
I can
opinion,
swap
as
that
well as
with,
Fel Haste.
I could switch that with my Enduring Cry, and now I can have both of a manual.
Yeah.
Oh, so I need a place to put it. Pop it. I'm like running out of buttons to press here. Yeah, so I'll have to put it where my... Okay, yeah, 5 rage required to start berserking.
Yep.
Well met.
Cast time
And then
instant.
it does have a little cooldown
okay.
after it's done. So it lasts as long as you have enough rage to sustain it. So there's going to be a point where your attack speed is physically less than if you were gaining maximum rage on every hit, that you will run out of Berserk. You can't sustain it forever. It's impossible. However, because you're using those gloves, you're going to sustain Berserk for like twice to maybe 3 times as long as like I would on my build, even though I have higher attacks per second. Just because you have a chance to gain max rage on hit. That makes it so that, you know, I can only gain a maximum of 3 rage every hit. Ever. That's the max. But you can gain 47
Yeah.
or whatever, or
10%,
37 or whatever it is.
Yeah, 10% chance to get 37 rage. And if I can get more, I was thinking maybe getting those more rage points.
Yeah, so yeah, and that's the thing. You could buy an impossible escape jewel like that, toss 3 passive jewels into it, and you don't have to path to them, and now you're gaining an additional 2 rage on hit, 10 max rage, and some crit chance.
Well, I was thinking about getting this other rage, too. I don't know what you think about that, or if that's just too many points. But you get 18 more. Right next to blood magic, you get 18 more rage. I don't know. Seems like a huge, huge bonus.
It is, but how many points is it to get there? It's 1, 2,
point,
3,
yeah.
4, 5 points to get that.
Yeah.
To get the effects of that, and then 6 if you want to get the rage mastery. 6 points is almost an entire cluster jewel, which is
Yeah.
going to give you way more damage.
Yeah.
So I think for rage, all you need is like a couple sources of max rage, and then a couple sources of rage on hit. Like you just need the 2 rage on hit plus the 10 max rage from those ones near Resolute Technique would be enough to sustain you at 40 forever. And that's 3 passive points into rage.
Okay. Right. Just
Increased
more to mess
rage
around
totally will be better, but you might need those points elsewhere.
with. And then I was gonna drop that banner. Drop that banner. I don't need Defiance banner anymore.
We may end up adding Defiance Banner back in
Oh.
because it is really good. However, the nodes on the tree we can remove and start to like worry about the things that matter first, I guess, and figure those out, and then add stuff in later as you go.
Yeah.
The mentality is your build gets more complex as you go along, but you also like scale the skills more as you go along. So like less things but more effect in those less things is always going to be better than more things but less into them. An example is strength stackers or stuff like that. Like my strength stacker Wander, all of their power comes from strength, literally all of it. I don't scale practically anything else other than that. I scaled attack speed and generic attack damage, and then using those boots and stacking strength, and then a couple other ways to scale it from strength. I just got more strength. More strength gave me more defenses and more damage. And then for this build, more dexterity and more intelligence gives me both. It gives me more damage, it gives me more attack speed, more crit, more everything. Although I have 100% crit on this build, so it doesn't really matter. But
Oh wow, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would be
so, like-
nice to get that.
so this build works by it uses this skill, which is called Flicker Strike of Power, which has a 50% chance to gain a power charge on crit.
Oh,
And then I use this gem, power charge on crit, which has a 64% chance so that I gain 100%, or I have a 100% chance to gain a power charge from crit. So I'm always gaining a power charge if I crit, and then I use a power charge to bypass the cooldown of the skill.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say,
Yeah.
what? I was like, you would be gaining so many power charges. I was thinking then. I thought
Yeah,
it.
and I
I
have a
thought.
maximum of 6
I thought Flicker Strike used.
frenzy charges.
Yes.
It does. So that's why this is actually not Flicker Strike. It's a transfigured version of the gem called Flicker Strike of Power. And it specifically, so it has it's very similar in terms of the damage and stuff like that, but it has this really nice benefit to that. It gets increased crit strike chance per power charge. Because I have 6 power charges, this, because of the skill, inherently gets 300% increased crit. Both of these claws have decent crit, but I get crit strike chance per 25 intelligence, and I have over
That's how
1,000
you did it.
intelligence.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then also this one gets 1% increased attack speed per dexterity, and I have that much dexterity.
Oh wow.
This one gives me elemental damage per dexterity.
Oh my
And it gives me
gosh.
crit strike multi. Yeah, so this one, and how the build kind of works is that I have conductivity on hit, so I curse enemies with a curse when I hit them, and then by using the ascendancy of the occultist, wherever it is here, Profane Bloom, cursed enemies have a 50% chance to explode.
Oh man.
So when they explode, which is all enemies that I hit, and because I have Tribal Fury allocated here, I actually don't have +1 strike anywhere. I only have Anointed Tribal Fury, which was very expensive. It's Opalescence over in gold, and those are like really expensive oils. But it's because this node is so good. And you were totally correct in like when you found out about this interaction between them and Val Strike skills that it's really, really strong. So because of this, the splash and then the explode, the clear on this build is quite insane.
Wait, you have the
Yeah, so
Explode.
enemies have cursed enemies, me or my minions kill, have a 50% chance to explode.
Whoa, where's that
A
at?
quarter of their max life is chaos damage. It's an occultist ascendancy, so it's for the witch.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what do you
Yeah.
use to? Do you have multi-curse? So what are you using to curse them?
I have 2 curses, so I have 2 curses from the other occultist ascendancy, so I get an additional curse, and then I get conductivity on hit from this ring.
Ah, okay. Nice.
This was a fractured conductivity on hit ring. I can't remember how much I paid for this base, but it was a lot. And then I'm also using Mark on Hit with Assassin's Mark. But because I have +1 curses, I can curse them with both Conductivity and Assassin's Mark. And I'm purely using Assassin's Mark for the crit strike multi. I might actually swap this out later to something else to sustain endurance charges, like maybe Warlord's Mark, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. So, yeah, so I'll quickly show you how it works here.
Yeah, I'd like to check some.
But it's a very different type of what's this one? Let's make
Yeah,
it-
you can't really control where you go with Flicker, can you?
Oh no, and it's
That's the fun,
this build
right?
is yeah, no, this is exactly what I wanted this build to be, which was just I just fly in and everything explodes and I hold one button.
Yeah. Yeah. I always
It's
wanted to
great.
make a Flicker build, but I never did.
Okay. We'll take these scarabs out and I'll
Yeah,
just do
I'll
like
just
a
check it
traditional
out.
kind of map. This is the strategy that I was running with the invasion stuff. Okay. So with Flicker Strike of Power, because you don't start at max power charges and I only have 1 minimum, I can actually only use my skill once every 2 seconds. Unless I crit. My crit chance at the beginning here, is only 46.3 to start. So I need to get power charges in order to reach 100%. I think at 5 power charges I have 100% crit chance. And then I have a maximum of 6. And I get that from the exact same chest piece implicit that you have,
Oh, yeah.
which is that gain a power charge every 15 seconds. So, now that I have 5, we'll go through the delivery. Grab that as well. This is a tier 16, 111 quantity.
Wow, look at that. Wow. So I wonder how it targets. How does it? Ooh.
So it just targets like the nearest or the enemy that you're aiming at with your mouse.
Okay.
But you move a lot faster than
Yes.
you can, so. Anyway, so that's like a short little example of how it kind of works, but the clear that I have is based on the explode, and it's based on Tribal Fury and nothing else. So it's really good, but my skill does not inherently create an AoE like yours does. My skill is a one target type thing. So like if I didn't have this, I wouldn't be able to use any of my gear. But if I didn't have my amulet on, and I didn't have Tribal Fury, then I would only be hitting one enemy. They would still explode in a pack because they would still have a chance to explode. But it's not like I'm getting 3 or 4 chances to explode per like enemy group, like I do with Tribal Fury activated. But it's pretty good. I'll find the map boss here.
Are you using flicker to move too, or how are you moving?
That's Whirling Blades.
Oh, okay, there it is. Oh, it's on your center mouse button. Okay, I was like...
Yeah. Okay, here's the boss. He's strong.
Yeah, that looks like a fun build.
Yeah, it's not too bad. So it's sitting around, I think my peak is 4.7 million DPS or something along those lines with it. But so I have that Mark Mastery as well. And I have 3 Frenzy Charges right now, just from fighting those bosses. So similar to you, I have % chance to gain a Frenzy Charge on kill from here. This might be something that we look into for endurance charges on your weapons. You might be able to get an Ungils that has endurance charge on kill, which would be huge. I'm not actually sure if that's a modifier, but maybe it might be. Or we could get Frenzy Charge on kill, which would then be able to swap into Disciple of the Unyielding instead of the Frenzy Charge one. Yeah. Because this implicit here on this this Hand of Thought in Motion, the Frenzy Charge on kill was a corruption. So double corrupted for this one. Somebody went to the temple and dropped this because they did quality as well. But this is actually the cheaper version of the claw. This is the more expensive one. And I don't even think there's any really listed that are... Yeah, there's none for sale right now that are 12%, 12%, and corrupted. Nope, that's a lie. There is. 4 divine for the cheapest one.
Oh my...
Nope, there are none that are corrupted. Yeah, I was right. That's so interesting. So that's one thing, is unique items that you have as well. Any unique items that you're using, you might be able to improve them a bit by using corrupted versions of them.
Yes, yeah. The only thing is with the Ungles, it'll take away my take away the crit chance, won't it?
The global crit, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I decided it probably wasn't worth it, but I think
Yeah.
something would be like a good weapon that I was thinking of that's really cheap for mine was the Tempestuous Steel, because it has 30% lightning penetration and always hits.
So it's pretty good. Tempestuous Steel is pretty good. the always gain on hit is awesome. You wouldn't get the oh, it penetrates 30% elemental resistance.
Yeah.
Were you looking at the replica?
Oh, no, I'm looking at the normal.
Okay, because the replica one gives you like 100% crit multi with one-handed melee weapons, which would be insane for your build.
I already have the tempestuous. I have a couple of them. I wasn't
Okay.
sure if that would. I was like, that was my like second weapon that I wanted to mess around with. Yeah, I have 2 of them.
I think
I don't have the
also like a Gemini claws are expensive. Gemini claws are like the most expensive base.
So I should look
to
for
find, like, really
those?
expensive claws.
I'll do that.
Yes.
I'm gonna make a note for that.
However, they may be drop restricted.
Oh, Gemini?
Yeah. Gemini claw can drop anywhere. Nice. Yeah, so it's got 7.5 base crit, 1.5 base attacks per second, grants mana per enemy hit, and life per enemy hit. Basically, increasing your base crit strike chance is way more useful than percent crit strike chance.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why you want your percent crit to be as high as possible on your weapon. And so with a claw, you can easily reach 10% or above. And 10% crit on a Gemini claw would give you mana per enemy hit, as well as it would give you life per enemy hit, which would give you a ton of life gain. So
Yeah.
I think a crafted Gemini claw with hits can't be evaded would be so much value in your build. But it would mean that you'd have to swap off the uncles.
Yeah. Yes,
But
I'll...
then you could
yeah.
use something like this.
Let me see what that is. Instant block spell damage. Instant block is lucky.
Are you familiar with this shield at all?
No.
This is the strongest item in the game right now.
Really? That?
And it's not very expensive. Oh yeah. Basically, with this this shield, you need to get to 65-65 spell block and regular block, and it's as you had effective 88-88, because this chance to block is lucky. You also have trigger socket elemental skill and block, so you can put something like Frost Shield in here, or Sigil of Power, or an elemental skill like a Retaliation spell or anything, or a curse, for example. You can put
Interesting.
elemental weakness in this, and then it would auto cast elemental weakness for you.
What's interesting about that is because I automatically have, like, it doesn't matter what shield I own, in my Ascendancy, I gain 50% chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value.
And that would be insane. So if you use Svalin, you would be capped on block because of that.
Interesting.
So if you use this particular shield, Svalin right now, the cheapest one is 75 chaos. But that would be like if you wanted to use a crafted Gemini claw and Svalin, that would be the way that you'd get the most out of it. And then scale crit multi, and yeah. Then the damage will go to the moon, and your defenses will be absolutely bonkers, because you'll be able to drop every block node on your tree, and then just put a little bit into spell block, and you'll be capped on both.
Interesting. It's definitely stuff I have to think about and punch into the path of builder. Like, what would I
Yeah.
trigger though? I mean, I could trigger one curse, but then again, I'm already using. I wouldn't be using my mark. I would be using elemental
The curse,
weakness.
you'd have to find +1 curse by using something like that ring that I had for,
Oh.
yeah, which is a little bit tough. So finding +1 curse is tough. I think you would get more benefit out of elemental weakness than Assassin's Mark. However, Assassin's Mark on hit, it applies the mark for you, whereas
Yes.
you'd have to find a way to apply the curse.
Yeah,
And
which you would just
applying
get
the
it on
curse-
block.
That's the easiest way, is on hit.
Yeah.
But that is expensive, and the crafted base is gnarly. Is there even one for sale right now? I'm not even sure.
It's just more stuff to think about. Yeah, like how do you even like begin to? I guess I don't know. I'll have to do this again another day. I can't be on anymore.
No, totally. I understand. Here, I'm gonna trade you this. Just this. I'm not giving this one to you.
Oh.
But just fool around with it for a bit if you want. You can try it out.
I'll
see
wait.
If you like it.
I'll wait
and
a
then
bit.
You can, okay.
For that, because I'll just get
Okay.
my chaos first. I can buy one, you know, and mess around with
Sounds good. Okay, it is a really, really strong shield, and even though my character is a dual wielder right now, I think single and then shield is definitely the strongest archetype of the league.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
And with your ascendancy using Svalin, it would be pretty insane. But there's also shields that exist like this, you know, that gives you phasing max block. It has 1300 evasion rating, resistances, movement speed, and then chance to avoid elemental damage from hits while phasing, which is an additional chance on top of your evasion rating. So like some shields can be crazy good. But well, I think before you hop off, you should take your build into a map and see how it does.
Okay,
And
yeah,
then,
I can do that.
Import everything into Path of Building as well, and then see where you're at, because I don't know what the changes that you made all were. But those are some massive kind of changes. I think I touched on everything that I was writing on here. Yeah, a mark, curse limit, elemental hit, scaling damage, stun immunity, implicits, higher tier bases, auras. Yeah, pretty much everything. Other than kind of auras, but
Okay.
yeah,
Try it out, see how it goes, and
sweet. I'll watch the stream.
feels pretty good.
Very nice. So the main thing that will be multiplied quite a bit from that is when you pop Berserk against like a rare, for example. Just see how quickly you burn them down now.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'll have to remember to do that because I'm not used to
It's tough,
pressing
yeah.
that.
Yeah. So the
And
Flicker
my
Strike build
Trinity
has,
isn't
has
up and
3
stuff
buttons.
yet.
It's got 3 buttons, and one of them is Flicker Strike, the other one is Validate. So the other one 3 buttons.
Yeah, it's a lot of buttons to press. Figures there's no.
Yeah.
Okay, here's an essence coming up.
I'm watching your Trinity in the top left also, and you're getting it immediately after 2 hits. So you're maintaining max Trinity all the time. Shotting pass. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, feels like it's working pretty good.
And look at that, you have 3 power charges that are just floating around you now.
Yeah.
So, you know, just some minor changes, because they really didn't make any gigantic changes to your build, right? Like, the core of the build is still exactly the same as it was. It's just certain optimizations and ways to get stuff for free. Like, you have permanent Fortify now. You have permanent power charges. Your endurance charges are sustained permanently as well. Like, without having to do anything, without having to press any buttons, you just have all of that up. And it's full 20% fortified, no minus effective fortified from the mastery or anything like that. It's just flat 20% free damage reduction always.
Alright, we'll see how we do here.
Remember to pop that reserve.
Oh, I gotta find my button. I gotta press the button. Wow, I killed those guys pretty fast right there. Wow.
Excellent.
Because sometimes I struggle a little bit on that
The
part.
Verisium?
Yes.
Yeah, the Verisium is just so rippy. When you charge it to full, it gets absolutely crazy into your 16s.
I hope I didn't miss that. I missed that boss.
You maybe did. Defiled Cathedral's got that little weird recess alcove for it. And because you
Oh,
bought
wow.
level 1 versions of the gems, obviously they'll be a lot lower effect than
Yeah,
the
once I level it.
But even still, they make a big difference.
Yeah, that's what I forgot to do in Path of the Builder is when I put that Trinity in there, I forgot to
Yeah.
enable it.
You know what? Super common stuff. I did that. I think when I first put Trinity into there, I was like, man, why do people say the support's good? It doesn't
Yeah,
do
it's not doing nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing.
You're just looking at the 10% increased damage you get from it, and you're like, this
Yeah.
only gives me 0.2% damage.
Okay.
Yeah, no, and Trinity is like, I feel like Trinity support was made for elemental hit.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna go find the boss.
I think boss is bottom middle again.
There's a strong box here. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, when you pop Berserk Hand,
Oh wow, that is
it's
wow.
crazy. Yeah,
Wow.
there you go. Hell yeah, dude.
Uncle's Gouches.
Now imagine if you had a build that you weren't handicapping yourself by using level 20 uniques.
Yeah. What I was really wanting to do when I switched the weapons is I wanted to switch the Ungles with like you said, like either a Gemini or Imperial Claw, and then that one shield on the other, so then I can have it.
Exactly. Yeah. So a crafted Gemini claw. I'm totally down another time to help you craft that claw. Maybe we could use recombinators to do it.
I think I want to try that first. But...
Yeah, and dude, just use Svalin. It is so strong. It's gonna get nerfed next league, guaranteed. It's
is
by
it?
far the strongest defensive item in the entire game because you can, if you get 65-65, you're actually at 88-88, which is normally block cap is 75, right?
Yes.
So because it's lucky, it rolls it twice. Your actual max block doesn't increase past that. But what you can do is on the tree. Is my stream still open?
Let me look. Yes.
Okay. Right here, there's a block mastery.
Mm-hmm.
This block mastery is while dual wielding or holding a shield, and it's attack damage. The reason why this is important is it also gives you +3 max here.
Okay.
So this plus those 50% nodes, and then chance to block is lucky, you're going to cap your attack with this really easily. You then get the mastery that says 1% chance to block spell damage per 5% chance to block attack damage.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to be close to being capped for block, both attack and spell block. Actually, let's just see. I'll toss it into your POV and see what it does. Okay, so Svalin is in. Svalin, tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, and... Okay, so just those nodes there.
Mm-hmm.
With the +3 max, so the mastery and then just those 3 nodes plus the strength, so 5 nodes plus Svalin gets you at 90% attack block and 45% spell block.
Oh wow.
From your mastery, the shield, and then those few nodes. That is a ridiculous defensive layer for like no investment. 90% block? Are you kidding me? And you're overcapped by 6% as well on block. If you couple 90% block with like, 70% evasion chance, for example, you're basically going to avoid everything but 3% of hits. And your block chance will be high enough that you'll block every hit you evade. So basically attacks won't even be an issue anymore.
Huh.
You then can get like the gain an endurance charge when you block mastery, which is somewhere down there as well. Chance to gain an endurance charge when you block or something along those lines. And then that's how you could gain endurance charges. But that's just one way. I mean, so that's pretty easy way to do that there. Looking at your path building, yeah, it's really good. Your defenses were really good even coming in, so you didn't need to make that many changes with them. Just the evasion rating and the actual stats on the gear. So we crafted the boots. Those boots are awesome for you. I think those boots are going to be super effective because you can essentially just not worry about like the lucky spell suppress and stuff. Because if you're overcapped on spell suppress, you can drop lucky and gain an extra passive point. And you want 100% spell suppress because even if you have 90% spell suppress, let's say you get hit by a big spell that crits, and it hits that 1%, all of a sudden you're one shot, and you're like, oh. Dying from 100% to 0 happens sometimes, and it sucks. But if you have 100% spell suppression, it happens way less.
Huh. Yeah, it's definitely a lot. Definitely a lot to think about. But yeah, that felt really good. That just killed that boss in like a second. I mean, I had to sit there and press all the buttons, but once I pressed all the buttons, it worked.
I watched it. I watched it on your stream. He died instantly. It was good.
Yeah, it felt pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm interested to see what the DPS is there once I plug this in and level these gems a little bit. Yeah. Sweet.
Well, I think that's awesome work. I'm gonna hop off as well. But I'm interested to see how this goes, and I want to see you take this to the end game.
Awesome, definitely here. I took a bunch of notes on my picture that I drew earlier, so.
Oh, nice. Oh, I also wanted to say, just really appreciate the format of your video and like how you explain things and everything. It was a good video. I showed my fiance and I was like, this guy's he's a small YouTuber just getting started, but like really just well done. So like props, it's good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'd watch my videos and I'm like, man, I wish I could be a little more exciting, but
honestly, you're just real. You're just genuine and like real and seem like a real person that has like a life and stuff. I think that's way more valuable than like, you know, some super exuberant, what's up YouTube?
Oh yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
No, so I think it's good. I think you should keep doing what you're doing, and like I know that there are a lot of negative comments on your other one about, but like, how are you supposed to understand this game when you're?
Oh
like,
yeah, it's a lot.
There's too much. You practically need to have people like help tell you and everything. And I mean, like with me helping you, I'm just kind of passing the torch, and hopefully you can find a player who's making their own build later on. You can help them with their build and buy them things and, you know, stuff like that. Because my brother did that to me when in my first couple leagues. He had all the knowledge of being like, oh, what about this? And I'm like, I didn't even know that was in the game.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I'm still finding out stuff like that today. Like even after 1,000 hours of playing.
Yeah.
I look at a unique and I'm like, I've never seen this before. What? What is this? Like, or I'll get a drop and I'll be like, I've never seen this item in my life. And it's like, turns out it came out in League 3 or like Season 3.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah. So you always find out new stuff, but the more of an understanding of like how the calculations work, the better of an understanding of how you can put together your character to like abuse those calculations.
Yes.
So defensive layers specifically, if you add in that shield, man, you're going to be immortal. If you add in the shield and then you just stack more life to make it so that your life pool is big enough to withstand any one-shots, and you just have a lot of sustain, like that's it for defenses that you'll need. That spell block plus spell suppression plus 90% attack block from Svalin, and Svalin gives you like armor and ward, and it gives you a bunch of other stuff. Like it does give you stats as well. It's just it's so good, so good. So cool. Well, yeah, enjoy the rest of your day, and it was nice meeting you and chatting with you this morning.
Thank you. Yes, and I definitely appreciate the help a ton. Until next time, I probably won't get to play again until, I don't know, I'll probably get like an hour here and there. I won't stream again until Saturday. That's like my day of getting to play.
That's the streaming day.
Yeah.
No worries, man. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got a family.
Yeah.
So,
well, thank you.
It's fine. Yeah, and take care.
All right, thank
Hopefully
you.
that volleyball net isn't too hard to set up compared to the build.
Yeah, it's probably easier.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Probably comes with instructions.
Yes.
Not like the path of building. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, thanks a bunch. You have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Take care,
All
man.
right, thanks.